Hello everyone, in this video we are going to be talking about stop wondering what they're thinking. So one of the biggest traps that people fall into when manifesting a specific person is constantly wondering what the other person is thinking. Do they miss me? Do they still care about me? Are they thinking about me? Have they moved on? Do they regret what happened? Do they want to talk to me? The list goes on. Do they still have feelings for me? I apologize, by the way. I'm looking at myself over here instead of at the camera. I'll try to do better. But if you've ever found yourself, asking those questions, trust you are not alone, bestie. You are not alone. Almost everyone who has manifested a specific person has gone through a phase where they've become obsessed with trying to figure out what was happening on the inside of the other person's mind. Because it's like when we care about someone, we naturally want that reassurance that they like us, that they care about us, that they're thinking about us. We want confirmation, we want evidence that things are moving in the direction that we want them to. The problem is that most people spend so much time trying to figure out what their specific person is thinking that they forget to pay attention to what they're thinking. So they're constantly, like, in the community, we always say things like everyone is you pushed out, which means people are reflecting what you believe they're reflecting about you. And some people spend so much time thinking about what their specific person thinks of them, or like worrying that they don't love them or that they don't want them, that they forget that they are the ones in control of what that other person feels of them. And that makes things a lot harder than it needs to be. So think of it like this. You spend your entire day wondering if your specific person misses you. You're checking social media, you're analyzing old messages, you're replying to conversations. You're replaying conversations. My brain is just acting very unique today. I have had to film this video like 3 times because I cannot get my words straight. But anyway, you're constantly looking for signs. You are practically playing Blue's Clues with your specific person, right? Which means you're telling your subconscious mind, like, I don't know if this person wants me. I don't know if they miss me. I don't know if they care about me. Bestie, we all know they do. Like, why are you lying to yourself saying that you don't know? You do know. You do know. Because that's the story you decide, and that's the story that you're going to stick with. And that's what I told you to do, okay? But anyway, when uncertainty becomes your dominant focus, you'll continue to experience that because that's what you're going to constantly manifest into your life. Now, I'm going to tell you something that kind of it completely changed the way that I manifest, or the way that I approach manifesting people, and changing the way people think of me whenever it's relevant. So at some point, I realized that I was spending more time managing someone else's thoughts in my own mind than managing my own. So I was so busy trying to figure out what other people thought of me, or what my specific person in the past thought of me and stuff like that, instead of assigning that story myself. I was always trying to figure out what they wanted, what they believed, what they were doing. Were they thinking about me? Was my affirmations working? Was my visualizations working? But I wasn't really paying attention to the stories that I was telling myself during this time. And that is why I feel like when I first started, manifesting specific people and trying to manifest specific people, I struggled so much because I was constantly telling that story, I don't know if this is working. I don't know if this person loves me. Do they miss me? Do they actually miss me? Or am I just telling myself this? Does this actually work? That I was just slowing down the process, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what they think. It matters what you say that they think. You tell them what to think. You tell them how to feel about you. And you have to remember that this is your reality. So the story that you tell, the story that you hold yourself to, and the one that you assume that other people will reflect back to you, is what will manifest into your reality. And when we try to figure out what this person is thinking from a place of fear and a place of lack, then oftentimes we are usually assigning a negative story. They're not thinking about me. They're thinking about the third party. They don't want to be with me. They don't like me. They don't love me. That is bullshit. Stop cussing. That is bull crap. They're thinking whatever you assign them to think. They're thinking whatever you want them to think about you. Why? Because it's your reality. You make those decisions. No one else can make those decisions. Let's be for real. How many success stories have you seen on the internet of people saying that they manifested their specific person, and whatever they assumed their specific person, or whatever they were affirming, their specific person ended up repeating their affirmations back to them. It happens all the time. Not even just with a specific.
Zero of such things. Nor do I want to even see that. I don't even know what to say with this video, with this manifestation of the person you want. It sounds it's uncomfortable to listen to. It sounds so controlling, so manipulative of someone else using some sort of technique to, I wonder if it even works, but I think it could, because it's energy, right? You're transferring that energy to that person, but that person might not necessarily respond in that way, because when you're high vibrational, I don't think this type of kind of manifestations and this sort of techniques of trying to bring something into your reality in such a forceful way would work on a high vibrational being, because a high vibrational being is not necessarily looking outside in that way, isn't like they're intuitively guided. So the being that they're going to be with is going to be the being that they're supposed to be with. And perhaps they might even pick it up. They might even pick up that energy. They will, actually, not mine. They will pick up that energy. They might not necessarily know what it is, but they would pick up that kind of energy from this person. And it's obviously, if they want to be with that person, yes, it would be open for, I guess, exploration in that way. But if they don't want to be with that person, that's another thing. It's like this type of kind, for me, when I'm listening to this, I can already tell you it's a low vibrational kind of technique, because it's coming from you trying to interfere with someone else's program by sending energy of kind of a I want you, I want you, I want you, come to me kind of energy towards that person, and interfering with that person in that way, irrespective of whether that person is in your love path or not. So it's almost like you're forcing things. And this is why I say, for me, this manifestation shit is fucking another type of witchcraft. And I see it in my life, right? My family, they manifest shit during the moon cycles and stuff like that. They set their intentions and stuff like that. It's witchcraft. Come on. They can put whatever slap of some new branding on it. It's fucking witchcraft. It's manipulation of energy. And this kind of manipulation of energy is a kind of manipulation of energy that is interfering with someone else's spirit. You have no business calling someone like that. They're either in your path or they're not. You trying to force things or force that person to come towards you in that way and interfering with them, depending on where they are, you might just so interfere with them to the point where you're going to disrupt their path. But either way, even if you don't disrupt their path, the effect is that energy you're sending out to what's that program is going to be recorded in the system, as in this person's energy is interfering with this person. And that's a fucking karmic debt. You're going to owe that person for trying to interfere with them in that way. You cannot just go in there and try to force things which are not necessarily yours. Because when you try to do that, what if that person is aligned or purposefully planned to be with a specific person for a specific reason, so that they can help out in a system in a specific way? You're going to interfere with that path because of your manifestation shit, right? Your forceful shit. Why do you even have to do that? I'm looking at this pretty lady here and I'm thinking, why would you even have to do shit like that? You're so pretty. You don't need to be calling trying to manipulate energy in that way. You just need to be on your path. You'll meet your person. You don't have to be even thinking about whether your person will want you or not. Promise you, when you and that person meet, it's not even about whether on that love at first sight shit does exist. You will know, he will know, because of you're in the same path. Your path will cross based on your life purpose, based on your program's purpose. It will not cross uh, just because of, it might cross just because of you're forcing it in that way. But is it the right way? No, it's not. And the system is going to defragment that. I mean, I'm going to defragment, I'm defragmenting it exactly. This is exactly what I'm doing. I know now, I understand why Father sent it to me. It's like, look at this. And I'm like, this is boring. And I don't know why I'm guided to this. Downloaded this thing a long time ago. And I was actually looking for a different recording, a different video today. And I see this one and I'm like, no, I want the one. But they're like, no, you're going to look at this one. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe she's going to say something. Let's hear what this thing is about. And I'm hearing manifestation and already I'm getting uncomfortable. But then at the same time, I'm like, let me just listen, right? And I'm quiet for a while. I normally don't keep quiet. I'm just so quiet for a while because some of this bullshit is just too much, too much too fast. It's like when the person will be like 2, 3 sentences and I'll be like, I've heard enough. But this one, I was like, okay, let me hear her out. I want to hear what this manifestation shit is about. And as she continues, it just keeps getting darker and darker and darker. And I'm like, these people are forcing people to be with them. It doesn't matter what he's thinking. It's your reality. It's like, do they even replay these recordings, these videos to themselves? Do they hear how manipulative they sound, how egotistical they sound? It's your reality. It's all about you. No, it's not just about you. You're getting somebody else involved in your bullshit. It's not about you. It's your reality, but why are you bringing someone else in there? What if that person doesn't want to? And this is where they say it's not, you shouldn't think about what they think. I think that's what the video says. You tell them, this is the description of this recording, of this video. It says, you tell them what to think. Imagine, I want to take her and put her in the shoes of the guy or the girl that she's trying to attract in that way. Say this is one person that she hates the most in the world, that she doesn't even want to be with, and feels even like the worst type of ick when he sees that person. And that person does the same thing to her. How would she feel? How would she feel if the worst nightmare of a boyfriend or a girlfriend would do something like that to her? And not for good reasons, just so they can have her in their reality, okay? And then do what? Fuck their whole lives up. Just so they can just fuck you up. How would you feel? Because this manifestation shit sounds like it's open for anything. I could want you to be around me for bad shit. And as long as I manifest hard enough, or I don't think about how you think about me and just tell you what you should think about me, I could be a serial killer out there or a serial rapist. And I look at you and I'm like, I've learned the technique of manifestation. I'm going to get that girl to come towards me in that way. I'm going to manifest her. I'm going to take my time and I'm going to manifest her for the next coming weeks until I see her in my reality. How will that shit feel to you if someone else does that to you? That's what I want to know. If you're forceful enough to some person out there, how would it feel if you realize that there's people out here as well for you doing the same shit to you? You're manifesting that guy, right? And that guy just so happens to be so high vibrational. She sees your shit for what it is. You're trying that shit, but on the other end, because if you're so fucking low vibrational, that shit is gonna get you. That is, if another being does that shit to you, you're gonna fall into it because of this type of thing is very low vibrational. I don't even have to tell you. You can hear it. You can hear the egotisticalness of it. You can hear the manipulation kind of. I don't know what the word is. Okay, English is not the language of our mothers. The manipulativeness of it. You can hear all kinds of things in it. You're picking up all kinds of, like this. It just feels wrong. It just feels wrong. This is why I'm like, did you even listen to this thing yourself and hear it? How would you feel if you had a daughter, right? And there is some creepy person out there doing the same thing that you've been doing to attract their father, and somebody else is doing that shit to them. And it's a creepy person. It's not necessarily a right person in their mind. They're very so low vibrational shit, like maybe worse like you than you. They even have like all kinds of obsessions and shit, and they're manifesting you at the time. And because of your low vibration, that's what you're going to attract as well. That's the kind of person who's going to attract you. Or you're going to see this nice person. He looks good, right? Just because he looks good from the outside, and maybe the way he carries himself in the sense of how he's pretending. And the only reason why he would come into your reality is because of that kind of vibration was something that he would respond to, meaning he would also be low vibrational in a way. And guess what you're going to get? You're going to get a fucked up situation in the long run. I wonder how if these relationships actually are healthy and they do survive. I don't think so. I don't think so. This is why when she says, think about how many people you've seen, and I'm like, I don't know even one person. And this is why I keep asking people who say shit like manifesting your own reality and stuff. And I'm like, where? Where? These people will talk and talk and talk, but they never give us examples. They never give us demonstrations of what they're talking about. They never give us, they just talk about it. We never see the results. We would never see the results. They can fabricate that shit as well on YouTube and say, you see this person here that stands next to me. I manifested him, started manifesting them like 3 months ago. I don't know how it works, right? I don't know how it's fast or what. I don't give a shit. But let's say they sit there and they're like, this person I manifest. How are you gonna know? How are we gonna know? How are we gonna prove that shit? How are we going to prove that shit works? And I bet you it's not just about what they make them think about, or however they manifest them. These people get involved in these other people's lives. That is, they do something, or they see these people and they manipulate them in the physical as well. It's not just the manipulation of, I don't know what manifestation shit is, right? I don't know if they're thinking about it and then they dream about it, or they light some candle shit. I'm sure this is short of lighting candles and chanting in the forest naked kind of shit. It sounds like it. For me, it sounds like it. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Anyway, let's just say uh, I have a feeling most of these people who are manifesting, whatever, they're going to be around this kind of person. And they're going to be manipulating that person, not just mentally, emotionally, whatever manifestation, energy transfer that they do. They're going to be also in their physical doing something, not necessarily just being in their physical in that way. Maybe perhaps on their social media stuff and all those kind of things where they can have some sort of contact to kind of like influence this person in some way. That is, it's probably the friend or someone who's close to them, who they can talk to, who they can pretend to be, or not necessarily pretend, but like act out their desires towards this person, and perhaps this person would respond that way. But why does it have to be something about manifestation, in a sense of you forcing this person to think what you want them to think? I mean, I mean, the shit that she just said now, if I replay it now, if I re-say it, I don't know if she said, but it sounds so weird to think that a being out there is thinking something like this about somebody else. This is stalker shit. This is bullshit. This is creepy kind of person shit. And I don't care how somebody else might be like, no, it's not that way. No, it sounds that way. It is that way. It is that way. Because I always ask, it's like this manifestation shit. And I'm like, these fuckers who go around saying manifestation, I'm manifesting this, I'm manifesting that. Most of them go back and go into a hard-working life just like everybody else and earn their credits and earn their monies and go and buy that shit. So they didn't create it like that. They didn't create it like that. The manifesting your own reality, it's like manifestation for me, that this word itself comes from books which deal with magic shit. witchcraft shit, right? So people are using this shit and they don't really go back and understand where it's coming from. God is not a God the creator, is not God the manifester. Creation, when he creates, he doesn't manifest shit. He creates it. The manifestation shit is a manipulation, illegal manipulation of energy of some kind, which means it's some witchcraft or some black magic or something like that. And people are playing around with these words and acting like, remember, oh goodness. I remember when Father, can I say who? Okay, I cannot say who, but we went somewhere, me and my father. This is in the spiritual realm. He took me somewhere. It's a shadow world. I don't know if I should say more about it, but this specific being, it's a god, right? Very powerful God. You all know him, but I'm not going to say who that is. Father says, he's complaining to Father, saying, I'm having trouble in my realm of this type of issues and whatnot. And then Father is like, it's those books. Those books needs to be destroyed. I'm just a child, right? He asked me to stand over there. In this instance, he didn't ask me to come close, right? Actually, most of the time, whenever he was doing contracts for me, I never really like spoke to these people per se. He just introduced me. I would stand somewhere, and then he would be like, there, like talk to these people and then show them myself. And then most of them would be like, no, come on, Elohim, you're playing, right? But at the same time, after a while, he would say something to them and they'll be like, oh, okay, no, it's fine then. I'm in. You know what I mean? So this specific being as well was complaining about the issues that he's having in his realm, that this whole thing is just too much now. Father says, it's those damn books. It's those, I don't know, he didn't say damn books, but he said, it's those books. Those books have to be destroyed. Right? And I remember when he said it, in my mind, I had, he showed me, it was a couple of books, but it's mostly some Egyptian books. And it was, I think they made movies with them as well. They make movies with them. And in those books, it's a kind of like a magic or energy manipulation kind of things. The Egyptians used to do that a lot, right? And people have been using that as well. And in those books, you find words like manifestations and stuff like that. Manifest this, manifest that. Those books are showing you how to manipulate energy, fair enough. When you're responsible to manipulate energy in that way and understand the impact of what you're doing, I guess it's not going to be so bad for you, right? But when you don't know what the shit you're getting yourself into, that is when you're doing something like that to another being, forcefully in that way, trying to pull them to you when they're not supposed to be coming to you. Your program trying to steal energy, because you are stealing energy, steal energy from that person by manipulating it to do what you want it to do. It's a manipulation of energy. is interference with another program, and you're not allowed, or it's illegal in the universe, to live off anyone else's energy. You cannot steal anyone else's energy. You shouldn't be stealing anyone else's energy. And there's a sick nature to your energy and their chick energy. So when the reconciliation is done in terms of energy, if we find shit that is not yours, that is, you stole some time, some energy, some emotions, some feelings, whatever it is that you stole from that person in that kind of manipulative kind of way, even if it's not a manipulate, even if you don't know what you're doing, that shit is going to be returned back to that person. When the light comes, it's going to return that energy back to the original person. It's not your energy. You have no business trying to manipulate somebody's energy to draw towards you. You have no business trying to manipulate someone else's thinking to think the way you want them to think. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do these people think they are? And she is so fucking young, and it's fucking irritating to see this shit coming out of her mouth. And I'm just looking at it and I'm like, oh my goodness, we're going to the future with this shit. She's so young. This person who's talking this crap. She is so young, and she already has this mentality that she can go and manipulate shit like that, or manipulate people like that. But she doesn't understand the impact of it. She looks nice and young now. When that light comes, when the upgrade is happening, that youngness of hers, that beautiness of hers is going to be zapped just like that. She's going to look like a fucking old woman because of she has energy which is not hers. And not only that, she's going to be weak. She's going to be physically weak. And to get that energy back, it means you're going to have to focus on the right shit, not manifesting some shit. If you want to be a creator, you're going to be a creator. If you want to be a creator, you're going to be a creator. You're going to be able to create your own energy. But not in this environment, not in this way. This way these people are doing is they're doing it in a manipulative way. You don't need to do it that way. What you need to do is gain energy for yourself by going through your spiritual path, learning the tricks of how your programs is supposed to be creating, how your program is supposed to be operating in this environment. And once you do that, you gain energy as you do that. And that energy and that knowing of what your program is and how it creates and how it does this, all of those things, you're going to be able to use that information or that kind of learnings in the 5D where the real creation happens. Not here. Here you have to use the learning. It's a learning path for you. God has set up all the beautiful things that you need. You agreed to as well before you came here. You said, yes, I want this husband of mine to be like this. I want him to be that way. And I'm lying. You didn't choose the husband. But Father knows what program you are and what program would suit you best. And it's going to be someone who's going to make you very happy because they'll be compatible with your program. You won't be stealing energy from each other in that way. But if you force somebody like this, you might get into a situation where every day is just a fragmentation between you and him. He tells you fuck you, you say to her, or you say to him fuck you too, or things like that. You're all upset every day. It's just a cycle of toxicness within the relationship. You don't understand why, but then you're not going to blame yourself to say I manifested this shit. You're going to blame God, because this is what these people do. Whenever shit goes down and it doesn't go the way they wanted it to go, it's like, where's God? When that man has a knife on your throat because of you forced her to do that. My grandmother used to say this about witchcraft. She used to say something. She used to be like, when people manipulate their husbands or their wives with witchcraft, what usually ends up is these guys or these women, they start beating up their husbands or their wives. And she was saying to me, this is why there is a, what do you call it, this men beating up women and women beating up men kind of thing, abuse or something like that, spousal abuse or something like that. And she says it's usually, well, in my kind of environment, I don't know in any other environment, she says usually there is witchcraft involved. You're going to manipulate that person for a while, and then they're going to feel the tension within them that this is not where I'm supposed to be. And how that comes out can come out in any way. Either, and that's another thing that my grandmother said, is it either they go crazy, right? Or they're going to beat you up. And why she says this to me, guess why? They sent me to go to take something. I don't know what I was taking to my grandfather's sister. It's a long walk from home. I walked there and I got there. This husband who I know, I've met many times, stand-up guy, good looking. He looks better than the wife even. He's very, oh shit. But anyway, he looks much better than the wife. Very healthy, very, like just good looking. And they're old people, but they still look good. But the wife is like a little bit, you can see that she's not taking care of herself. But this guy's taking care of himself. Guess what I find when I get there? There's shouting and what it sounds like they're fighting. The neighbors are out, the children are out. It's like it's chaos in the house. And then I walk in there, and when I walk in there, I'm reading the scene now. I'm watching everybody. Some of the older children are trying to talk to the father. It's like it's chaos. Like the mother is shouting, and it's just a scene. It's just a scene, and the chickens are everywhere. And I'm looking for where's the problem here? What's going on? Guess what I see? That good-looking guy is inside the chicken coop, sitting there acting like a fucking chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? What's going on? The guy snaps out of it because he was very also like kind of wild. And I don't know, I had this thing of just calming people down. When I walked towards that place, like after standing there for a long while, reading the situation, seeing the confusion and all of that, nobody saw that I was there already. I'm a child. I'm still a child. Maybe like, I don't know, maybe 10 years old or something. I decided to just get out of this whole trance that I was going through because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I started walking towards this chicken coop. And when I got there, when I was about to get there, one of the older children holds my hand. Is like, no, don't go there. He's not right. He's gonna hurt you. And I'm like, no, don't worry, he's not. So I stand next to the chicken coop, and I'm looking at him, and I'm calling him by the way I call him. Uncle, what are you doing in here? And then he looks at me, and I'm like, you need to get out of this place. Do you see where you are? He steps out of it. Then he looks at me, he looks around, he's looking around as if like, what the fuck am I doing? Where am I? And I'm like, you need to get out. What were you doing? Then he starts crawling out. And it's a small place, and he's a big person. Not a fat person, but he's a good, like, giant kind of a person. He's cooped up in there. And then he gets out. All of a sudden, he's like, fine. I can see that he's taking in the surrounding, the neighbors, everybody else who's around there trying to figure out what was going on with him. And I can sense the shame all of a sudden. It's like this immense shame when he starts looking down and just walks straight and zooms to the house. This uncle, the younger uncle, it's his child actually. He looks at me and he's like, what did you say to him? And I was like, I don't know. I just told him to get out of the chicken coop. It's like, we've been trying this for a very long time and he didn't want to. Anyway, they go into the house and then everything is settled. And then I give them whatever my grandmother sent me to give them. Now they're trying to now like calm me down. They think now they have to take care of me now. It's like I saw things that I wasn't supposed to see. Are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. It's like, when did you arrive? And I'm telling them I've been standing there for a long time with everybody watching this whole thing. So they walk me home a little bit, like halfway home, and then it's actually the mother and the son. They are walking me halfway home, and then I walk the rest of the way home. And when I got there, I told my grandmother what I saw. This is when she told me what happens when people use this type of witchcraft or things like that in the house, and especially on their husbands or their wives. And it's like, that guy usually, if he doesn't start hitting his wife, he goes crazy. He does weird stuff. And I'm looking at her. I didn't know why she told me that. But today, when I see what's going on in my life, and I'm like, it's funny because of, as much as she didn't want to teach me certain things, she still taught me a little bit of things which are now key to my learnings as well. Because she would say certain things and I picked it up, but I didn't really understand what it meant until today. So now when I'm listening to this video, I'm this is why there was a time when I paused. Right? When I paused, then I was like, oh shit, I can't believe this has something to do with that. Because most of my life, many things that have happened in my life are key now to my learnings, my karmic lessons. So now I'm looking at it and I'm like, and Father said to me, no, she's going to teach you about something as well. She's going to teach you something that you will use in the future. She didn't want to teach me, but she's going to teach me some stuff. She didn't realize that I was picking up certain things whenever she was talking. Even though she wasn't making it a lesson the way she was supposed to teach me, she was just like, these people, they use witchcraft and this is why their husbands either beat them or they go crazy or something like that. She didn't think that I would pick it up in such a way that it would be a lesson learned for me. Now when I'm listening to this type of recordings today and I'm getting that vision back and I'm like, oh shit. Imagine. Now you're going to have this husband in your home or this boyfriend in your life. And he's going to behave that way because of he's doing something that his program is not programmed for. Meaning he's going to drop the act every day. You're going to have to keep reprogramming him, right? And this is what witchcraft essentially is. It doesn't stick. It's not meant to stick because of it doesn't save when the system goes and does a health check every time. That those foreign or evasive type of programming or witchcraft type of programs, they don't save to the system. They don't save to the original program. They apply only for a while until the system does a health check. And then when the system does a health check, it sees that that program does not belong here. Because why? It wasn't saved in that way by God, the Creator Himself. It was written by so and so who thought she could manipulate this poor guy by making him think whatever she wants him to think. So it takes it off. So meaning when you have that husband or the boyfriend in your home or the wife that you got through this kind of magic, it only has to, for the system needs to just not restart, but do a health check every time. It does that on its own. There's like, it's periodically set up in that way. Just like your computer, just like your normal computer, this whole environment, Earth itself, even though now it's not doing it as fast as it used to, that is, it's not doing it, it's slowed down. The 3D environment has slowed down so much that the health checks are not happening as often as they need to, meaning that people's witchcraft might stick for a couple of for a couple of weeks or so before the system does a health check again. This is why you have to keep reapplying that shit. This is why you have to keep reprogramming this person, right? And that kind of reprogramming, it's still entered in the system. It's logged in the system logs. It's locked in the system logs, and we're going to look for it, and we're going to return the energy that you stole from this man for however many years that you kept this program in your captivity, because it's actually captivity. With witchcraft or whatever that shit is, the manifestation shit yours, we're going to, it's going to be reversed. That light doesn't ask whether you knew or not. It just does what it does. It upgrades. It's an upgrade light. When it upgrades that program, that is that husband of yours, is not going to look like the same husband you had. It's going to take out the shit, the crap that you've attached to that person, and it's going to make him right. And it doesn't even have to wait for the light itself. When he wakes up, he's going to wake up one day. Because this environment has only been able to do or allow the shit that it has been allowed to happen because fragmentation was running wire like all the time. Fragmentation is a method of splitting up the program in such a way that it loses energy, right? And the program that has been running here has been fragmentation type of program. That is, everything that is happening in this environment is meant to help, to force you to release energy of some kind. The teachings, all these type of teachings of manifestations and create your own reality shit is also meant to create, to fragment you. You don't realize that what you're doing, the devil is very smart. What he does is, he knows he owes a lot of debt. So what he did was he wanted everybody else to be in on it, so that it's not just him who's going to pay. Because his thinking is that he thinks Father, that is God the Creator himself, when he sees how much of programs have accumulated a lot of debt, he's not going to run the upgrade. And that's a joke, because what he didn't realize, or what he doesn't understand, is that there's no choice like that. It's only an opportunity. That is, you have an opportunity to upgrade yourself. You have an opportunity to vibrate higher. You have an opportunity to drop bullshit. It's not a choice. It's just an opportunity. As in, like, you have an opportunity in such a way that okay, it is a choice in a sense of you're going to have to choose whether you take that opportunity or not, right? But what the devil doesn't understand is that this whole place was going to be left behind anyway. Father just wanted to try one more time. To try one more time to find Earth and upgrade Earth accordingly, so that our Earth can upgrade with the rest of the universe. Now, the devil thinks that I believe that he thinks that by giving everybody an opportunity to create so much karmic debt, that it looks like, oh, everybody's in karmic debt, myself included, and many other light beings who are here to help vibrate higher and help this environment to vibrate higher. They also collected debt, right? But we have to pay it back. And by doing what? By learning to walk in our path and gaining that energy and correcting our actions, correcting our low vibrational actions. And when we do that, essentially when we learn that lesson and we learn what it costs for that person to be, or what whoever we did wrong to, what it costs for them, by seeing it, because this is how the universe does it. In order for you to see what you did to that person, in order for you to pay back that person, you're going to understand it in the way that person felt. You're going to go it might not look the same way as what you did to that person, that guy, right? But you're going to be in the same type of predicament one day, and you're going to be like, Yeah, yeah, I see. Hence, I say, let's reverse the roles. Let's take her and put her in a position of some guy, some weirdo out there is thinking that way about her. How would she feel? It's very weird with humans. Whenever they do something to someone else, they never try to think about how would they feel like if they were in the same position, or they were seen in the same light, or somebody else was viewing them in that kind of energy to say, I wanna own that person. I wanna bring that person into my reality. I don't care what she thinks about me. I'm gonna make her think about me the way I want her to think. Imagine, I just said that. I just said exactly, not exactly what she said, but it sounds like that to me. My program, the way I'm looking at it from a defragmentation kind of program, I'm reading trouble. I'm hearing trouble. I'm hearing, oh my God. And I just hope she's not doing this. Because if she really is doing something like this, and I'm thinking about all the young people who are using this type of methods, right? Who don't understand where they come from, who these people are short. I'm telling you, these manifestation people are going to tell them, when you do something like this, you must also light these candles. You must, and they don't realize it. And it's not to say that witchcraft is the way witches do it is a bad thing. This is what I'm saying. With manipulation of energy comes responsibility, great responsibility. There are people who manipulate energy, but they don't manipulate it to steal energy from others. Yeah, there are dark beings who manipulate energy. There are worlds out there where dark magic, right, witchcraft is there, but they understand the law of the universe. They don't break that law of the universe because they understand the impact on themselves. If they use this top such sort of manifestation, whatever technique that these guys are being given, wherever they've been given these techniques from, they understand the impact. They calculate, they do the math. They say, if I go and use this type of spell on this person and I fragment that person in this way, it means the universe is going to know. And if the universe knows, what are the consequences? Let me see. Oh, some of them even have a way of seeing the results. That should that person wake up, that person see it for what it is, that or something else change, that is, they could look through towards the future, for instance, and be like, oh shit, if I steal this energy right now, this person is going to grow up one day, he's going to become a powerful person, and he's going to come back for me. You don't know that. You're not that powerful. You just know how to manifest here and there, or perhaps you are powerful. But what I'm saying is, this is not the time to be playing those type of games anymore. That time is fucking long gone. People need to fucking wake up and stop doing bullshit. Because in this environment, this kind of shit that is going on, or that has been going on, the way I see it, if it was up to me, I'd say to Father, leave the fucking asses behind and upgrade this whole fucking environment. That is, upgrade the universe and leave this shitty world behind. That's what I would say. I don't care even for myself if I have to go with it. Because I said to him, after what I've been through, I don't want, even before, I said, I don't like existence. I don't like to be existing. And I don't have a problem with that. Right? Although he said to me, you cannot not exist. But we'll see about that one day. Maybe one day I'll get my chance. I feel like one day I'm going to get my chance. I feel like one day I'm going to get my chance not to exist anymore. If I remember correctly. I must remember. I would not mind to do that. But here's the thing, these people on this planet, the shit that they've been, the ego of this planet, of these beings on this planet is beyond, uh, it's chaos, it's chaotic. And people don't really calculate. I mean, you don't have to know about energy. and how energy works to understand that what you're doing to that person is wrong. One, two, what happens if it doesn't work out for you? This is what I'm asking myself. It's like, what if you manifest that person into your life and they just happen to be a horrible person or not really made for you, and you force that shit on yourself, and they become this, they just walk all over you because you had the power at this time, right, to make them think what you want them to think. And they were like, yeah, she thinks she's manipulating energy. You don't know what program he is. You don't know what you're manipulating. You don't know how far he sees you. And he comes towards you, you thinking, oh, finally I manifested him, he's coming to me. Oh yeah, I'm good like that. Huh. This is what happens when people say, I was fine with my girlfriend until I put a ring on it and then she changed. No, she didn't change. She was like that. You just didn't see the signals. You forced yourself not to think about it. And he's going to get you into that situation where you feel like you're the one who's being trapped instead of you thinking that you have him thinking the way you want him to think. You're gonna feel so trapped, and he's gonna know. He's gonna be like, yeah, you don't realize sometimes. People don't realize sometimes that there are beings here in this planet who understand shit, and they don't tell people. They don't tell you what they understand. They don't walk around and make videos about manifestation, or like me making videos because I'm doing it for a different reason. But they don't walk around telling people who and what they are. And I'm not saying they're aliens or anything like that. I'm just saying they know that their programs, one, they know what capabilities they have. That is, they know what their powers are. You don't know that shit. You don't know yourself. This is why you're going around doing manifestation of that kind of way. You're going to attract something only to find that this is a demon program. And when I say demon program, I don't mean a bad demon program. I just mean that it's a demon program. That is, when it goes, it goes. And you just attracted something that you don't have the power to fight against. Because demon programs are usually programs which have so much power. They go, 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 go. They don't stop. It's like you send them in there for a mission of, you're gonna go in there, you're gonna destroy that. And you could be attracting something like that to yourself, and you don't understand why this person just keeps, and they don't see anything wrong because they are dark beings, and they shouldn't, because they are also not necessarily, they may be low vibrational though. If they're going to respond to you in that way, they could be low vibrational. But if they are high vibrational, they might not respond to you, because a demon program can be high vibrational. They usually should be operating in a high vibrational manner. That is, only apply the demonic power that they have in a high vibrational way. That serves the system, right? So you don't know what you're attracting. You're attracting something or someone who's going to come into your life. Either they're going to be overpowering you, or two, or not, you're going to be overpowering them. They become a burden on you instead. Like, they don't oppress you or suppress you in that way, but they become this, like, why did I even bother? They just like, they don't do anything. They don't or they just decide, oh, I'm good now, I found myself a girl, I don't need to do this anymore, I'm good. Like, because of the kind of program you are and the kind of program they are doesn't complement each other. I'm being called to talk about something. So when I Father, during planning of my mission, Father says to me, Ish, you're gonna have a problem with your counterpart. There's a time when I'm gonna know about my counterpart, but then when I realize that, oh, my counterpart, and I remember him, that is because of he's my counterpart. I remember, yes, I remember him. He's my counterpart. That's what you're supposed to be remembering, right? That's why I'm saying you have your own person, you have your own counterpart, or your own soulmate, or whatever that looks like for you. I don't know. You're gonna have to find that shit out for yourself. But when I remembered my counterpart, I got so excited and I got so yearning to see him, to be with him, right? During this mission, Father says you're going to get so excited, so yearning for him that you're going to start blocking him from coming. I was like, how does that work? He's like, he tried to explain to me, right? And I was like, I don't understand. He's like, yeah, it's because of you are calling him in that way. Like, you're not allowing the universe to, you're not giving the universe a chance to respond to you with him. You just in this it's like I'm writing my own, like she's saying, writing my own reality in a way. So what I'm doing is I'm processing instead of being stop and open myself to receive. I just keep going with this person, thinking, loving, yearning. The universe is like, I need a window there, I need a doorway, I need a crack to enter. This person needs to enter, but I'm blocking him because of I'm imagining all kinds of things about him, you know, and it's not what the universe wants to send me. The universe wants to send me him in his own original format. I want him in all these ways. I'm thinking of him this way and that way and this way and that way. Therefore, I'm blocking him from coming through because of Father's trying to bring me the original program through. But I'm already programming him or writing programs about him in my imagination, meaning he's going to disappoint me when he comes in. Because when he comes in and it just so happens to be, well, not what I imagined, right? It's gonna be like, So Father says to me, I had to like stop him from coming through early because of the way you were yearning for him. It was too much. And he didn't get, like, it's almost as if like this person, this is actually talking to us, what she's saying. This person's trying to come through, but he keeps changing himself for me because of he reads my energy as me thinking, oh, he's gonna be tall, dark, and handsome, and rich and whatnot. And then on the other end, he's like, oh gosh, I have to be tall, dark, and handsome. Oh no, maybe he's not going to be. Maybe he's gonna be so loving and whatever. Oh, okay, fine. I have to go and get some loving now. It's like you're changing that person so much that they don't get a chance to finish being reprogrammed by you. By the time they come to you, they they need to come to you. Every time there's like, okay, is she finished writing me? Is she finished asking the universe of all this extra shit? Can I come through now? It's like, oh, maybe he's going to be light instead of dark. I don't like, all those fucking shit that we always put in our imagination. You're stopping that program from coming through because it's just what it is. You're not open to just receiving him as he is. And it's the same way in a sense of you're trying to manipulate his imagination. I'm not trying to manipulate him, but I am in a way affecting that kind of interaction because he's written for me. He's mine, right? He's my program. He's supposed to come to me. That is, that energy between me and him is similar. That is, he's my counterpart. How can I explain it? He's mine. I'm not fragmenting him because of his mine, and he's not fragmenting me when he thinks about me because of I'm his. It's like whenever I said to Father, I was like, Father, but how do I do this? Do I let this husband of mine do all these things for me, buy me this and buy me that, and the next thing is gonna be fragmenting me because of I owe him something? It's like, no, he's your husband, he's yours. It's like you are two pieces which come together and click together and you make one piece, something like that. So you belong to each other. Your energy and his energy are yours separately, but it's not like when he does something for you, you need to kind of like reciprocate it in that way. It's almost like your one program, he does his part and you do your part. And it blends. It just works. It just works because it's not forced. This is because of it's designed by God. It's divinely designed for you in that way, that you're going to be with this program that is suitable for your program to be with, because of in that way it's a give and take kind of relationship which flows, the yin and yang flowing status, instead of just some yanging one way, and the other yin is like, I'm not so sure, maybe, so in that essence, he's in my path. I'm just remembering him. Because of I am supposed to remember him, so that when he comes to me, I don't go like, what do you want, dude? But I'm already in that mode of I don't want him now. So what he does, Father, is like, so I'm gonna have to now balance the energy. That's what Father said. I'm gonna have to try to balance your energy and his, because of on one end he was not ready as well to come through. Father said he's not. Once I learned, I remembered him. He wasn't ready to come through. So I was kind of like pulling him, and that's my job. My program pulls its counterparts. My anyway, if you have a counterpart, that is, if it's not a soulmate, just a soulmate. But even soulmates, I'm able to pull. I think. Am I able to pull soulmate? Yes, I am. Yeah. You're able to pull your soulmates. This is why when you meet someone, you're gonna be like, you know what? I feel like this person and me, this person, and that's why. It's because of, in the programming world, in my program, in my folder structure, my counterpart is saved under my folders. Under the counterpart folder, he's saved there. This is why I'm saying I belong to him. He belongs to me. He's in my program. He's part of my program. It's part of me. He's part of me. He's part of my program. And similarly, in his program, I'm saved in his folders of counterparts and soulmates. So I am his in that way. I belong to his program. That is, when we come together, it's like it's a union. A union is in like programming. It's like two programs joining each other, making one program, because of it's divinely planned that way, not forced. Not me trying to bring him by some sort of a energy manipulation kind of tactic. But when I call him, when I remember him, I immediately wanted to be with him. So I was like, when is he coming? When is he coming? And imagining all kinds of things. He felt my energy. And similarly, when he was ready, because there's a point where he was ready, and I had been changed. That is when Father said, I'm going to have to balance your energies, so that he only comes to me when he is ready and I'm ready, and we are both ready to be together. In this mission, that is, for my mission. What he had to do now was to make me not want him to come through. And guess what he does? Oh shit, now I'm remembering something. What Father did was he gave me disappointments in relationships. So many, that I ended up being like, I don't want anybody anymore. Don't even bring that divine masculine. I don't want him. I don't even want to see him. And I'm still in that mode. It's like whenever I do my cards, right? And I see divine masculine, I'm like, ugh. Like I have that ugh. Like I don't want to be bothered. And I cannot help it, because I feel like Father just, so he's gonna have to balance. I don't know. Now I'm remembering, because I've been upset about it. That this divine masculines of yours are unreliable. I don't want any of them here. That's me. But now I'm remembering that he did say, you're gonna be in a situation where you're gonna want him so. And he did the same thing as well. When he woke up to me, he did the same thing. But the problem is the mission was not at the place, at a point where we are supposed to come together. We remembered each other, but then we can't be with each other because he needed to go through his karmic lessons and I needed to go through my karmic lessons. And the mission wasn't in the right space for us to be together in that way. So Father allowed some sort of disappointment when it comes to relationships. Not even relationships, like I have a couple of counterparts as well. I don't have one. Some are also soulmates at the same time. So he would be like, oh, this one is coming then. And then that person won't come. Oh, this one is coming. And then that person won't come. This one is coming. Then I developed this. You know what? You can keep them. I don't want any of them. So I'm at that stage now. I don't know if I'm going to change, right? To be honest, I don't think I'm going to change. I don't know. I'll probably change. I know Father has done something to make me change. But just recently, I had been saying things like, what did I say today? I remember I was thinking something. Or I had a thought about something that needs to happen next and all of that, right? And when I did that, he comes through in my mind. And I'm like, hi. Like I'm trying to cancel that image, that mental remembrance of this person coming through. And I'm like, hey, I don't want to hear it, right? And anyway, even if he does come, I know he's going to come at the time when I don't want him. So I already said so many times, I don't want to be with this person. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is, there's two things here for me. One is that manifestation is bullshit. Manifestation is manipulating. Manifestation sounds very, very bad. That is, it sounds like stealing of energy. Not even it is stealing of energy. Right? And it is a bad thing. And for me to hear somebody, imagine if the guy who you want happens to see this recording, right? After the fact, you guys are together and he sees this kind of recording of how you manifested him. And finding out that you made him think what you wanted him to think about you. He's going to feel very much manipulated. That shit is just wrong. He's not going to like you. Especially if he's not going through life in a best way. He's going to look at things and it's like, so I've been manipulated all this time. Even the real shit that you guys would have, it's going to sound like it's a manipulation. Oh, no wonder I'm doing so much for her. So she does this to me. You know what I mean? Even though you just manifested him and he came into your life and you were okay, living well and doing everything well, and you even stopped manifesting shit because you're so happy and all of that. It's nice. It's life. It's good. And perhaps he's your one. Perhaps he's your real person. You just have to wait for the timing to be correct, like I have to wait for my timing to be correct. But you brought him into your life in that way, right? And you made a recording on YouTube about it. Okay, I said some bullshit about my divine masculines, right? I cast them every now and then, so they're gonna find that shit out. But this person, when he sees this message in some years ago, later, he's not gonna be happy. I promise you. He's gonna listen to this and be like, what else have I been manipulated into? Did he manipulate me to marry her as well? I remember I didn't really feel like marrying her. I wasn't ready, man. I mean, I had to force things. I'm still in debt even today. Things like that. He's going to pick shit up that you would be like, no, it wasn't like that. And he's like, of course, how was it like? You saying it here on your video with this arrogancy even. an egotistical way of thinking that you have that right and authority to go and manipulate someone in that fucking way. That's just mental rape. Let's just call it whatever it is. What it is. It is. It is. Why are you doing this to people? And now he's gonna be like, that shit is not even, let's just say, let's leave him behind. And your son or your daughter picks this shit up years later. And you're not even in this anymore. You don't do this type of things anymore. You've learned, you've grown, somehow, somewhere, you managed to find yourself and understood things differently. But you have a recording, which is in public like that, where you're saying you manipulated their father. Even if it's not him, they're gonna be thinking whatever man that's going to be in your reality, that man is going to be like, heck. So did I really want to be with this person, or did she make me think that I wanted to be with her? It's gonna sound like that. It's gonna be like that. That's what I'm hearing. I get the feeling that many people might think that way, unless they are in your, what did she call it in our community? That unless they are in your community and they drank the same bloody, I don't know what juice they're giving you, but that juice, it's full of future drama. Future drama. That man or woman or whoever it is that you're manifesting, even if it's not him, the current, any man that you're going to be with, if they ever get hold of this recording, you're going to have to explain. No, love, I wasn't, hey, I met you after that and whatnot. They're going to think like to be honest, né? Especially because another thing is, this world is going to become high vibrational to a degree, I guess. If not, well, we all fucked, right? We get left behind. But let's say we get high vibrational, meaning you're going to change. You're going to see things differently. You're going to talk differently. You're going to see things for what they are. Most people are. And probably he also is going to change. And he's going to see things for, differently. But let's say he does it before you. That is, he walks his path and understands what program he is and goes through his spiritual path in that way and starts, and because the light is very much healing, right? He heals. But let's just say you're stuck. You can't heal because you're stuck in this sort of concepts which are invalid. Then they're going to be invalid. All of these concepts of yours are going to be, they're not going to make any sense anymore. But you could be stuck in them because of you feel like they have to be right. It has to be. Maybe you drank the juice so much, right? When that guy looks at this video, I get the feeling he's going to know that manifestation that you're talking about is essentially witchcraft or some sort of black magic. They're going to know. People are going to know these things. That's what I'm saying. People are going to come to understanding of what this rebranding of shit, of witchcraft, of I don't know what to call it per se. I don't know what to call witchcraft or some sort of manipulation of energy, whatever craft you want to call it, or black magic or whatever it is that is out there. I don't know what is out there. People are going to know these things when the light comes through. That is when we don't even have to have the light. That is the upgrade light coming through. All we have to do is just that vibrating high. A couple of individuals starting to vibrate higher will bring high vibrational, this environment, into high vibration. It will raise the light. It will make the place brighter. And when it does that, it will affect every other person. And depending where you are in terms of your spirituality, in terms of how low vibration you were, it might take you a while to get back into some sort of high vibration, right? But when people start seeing it for what it is, they're going to see it that way. Okay, another thing, they're saying I must talk about the separations as well. So this is the scene. This is me in heaven. Father is planning. Actually, we are. It's me in the kitchen. Mother, my other brothers, right? They are watching, and I don't remember what they were. They were telling me something. My brothers, something key. These brothers of mine were planning something for me in my mission. Were showing me something in my mission that I needed to handle as well. So meaning I'm going to have to remember what it is that they said to me. But anyway, let's go back to this other vision. Not vision, but my memory of my home. Mother is in the kitchen doing something. I'm with my two brothers on the laptop, kind of a machine. They're showing me something about my mission, something that they wanted me to do. It's them who wanted me to do something or show me how to do something. Father's not in the room, right? It's like an open plan kind of a place. He's not in the place. But then he comes through and he's like agitated and he's like, these comics. I've had enough with these comics. I'm going to dismantle all these karmic relationships. The room goes quiet. I look at mother like, what is going on? And I look at my brothers look at my other, like we're all looking at each other like, what is going on? Like we don't see father like that many times. Mother's like, what happened? I'm also interested. I actually leave my brothers and I go to him. He's like, what happened? He's like, they made one of your counterparts marry some comic so that he doesn't come to you, right? So they manipulated one of my counterparts, and attached him to another third party, a comic person, who's essentially being used as his handler, right? So that he doesn't wake up to vibrate higher, so that this environment doesn't vibrate high. So I'm looking at father and I'm like, okay. Mother says to him, I thought you didn't want to do that. I thought you were going to do, father was anyway going to do this process, but after the upgrade, he was going to dismantle karmic relationships. He was going to do it not after the upgrade, but during the upgrade. Not during the high vibrational stage where we all have to vibrate high, but during when he casts and does the upgrade, he was going to also dismantle the karmic relationships. But then when he comes back, he's like, nope, I'm not going to wait for the upgrade. Meaning you were going to wake up one day and you're going to look at this husband of yours and you're going to be like, hey, what's wrong with you? And what are you doing here? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know what it's going to look like. But it would look something like that, to be honest, depending what kind of relationship you're in. But what father's saying is that, so mother's like, but I thought you said you're going to do it after. Father's like, you're the one who wanted this, right? Mother's like, okay, because it's mother's request on my mission to say, Elohim, can we please dismantle these karmic relationships as well? Father was like, nah, it's fine. That thing is not important yet. It's like, it's not critical. We're going to do it after, or we're going to do it like after the certain time, as a certain point in the mission. He's going to dismantle karmic relationships. So, all right, here's the thing. This is the reason now I'm going back to my mother. Mother is our spiritual, caretaker kind of a thing. She takes care of our spirituality in the spirit world. So she says it's difficult for her to guide you when you're in karmic relationships that are bounded in that way, that are unionized in some sort of a marriage or something like that, that you cannot leave this person in that easy way. So remember, spirituality is a one-man thing. You don't do it with your husband, you don't do it with your children, you don't do it with your mother or your father or your friend. It's a personal thing. So when you attach yourself to a program which you were not meant to be attached to, it becomes a bit difficult for you to be guided to ascend spiritually because of you attach yourself to something that is not supposed, that has a different path from you, a program that has a totally different path from you. And therefore, you want to follow this program and they want to follow you, or you've made a commitment to be with each other, right? But your spiritual paths are actually quite different and very much different. And you're not only that, you're in this relationship because of you are a different program, or you were not meant to be together. You're causing friction with each other. And that friction is fragmentation. You lose energy every day. You don't realize it. And you're creating karmic debt against each other in that way. So it becomes difficult for your spiritual path to be for you to be guided through your spiritual path with you focusing on this attachment that you have, which you were not supposed to have. If you had it at the time when you needed to have it with the right partner, you wouldn't be in that much of a a problem in terms of ascending spiritually. But because of this world has taught us to get into marriage at the age of 23, no matter whether or not this person is yours. And remember, in heaven, in the universe, right, they don't care about, I think age is important, a certain age, but it's not about you being very old in order for you to get married and things like that. It doesn't matter like that. But age is a restriction. I remember only I have to talk about it further in a sense of I don't remember, because when we were discussing it, I said 22 or something like that. After 21, you should be able to be allowed to, not allowed, but it should be an okay time for you to think about getting married or settling down with your counterparts or something like that. I don't know if that's what father's gonna do or something like that. I don't know. But that's the reason why mother wanted the karmic relationships to be split. This is like this. If you go and be an Excel program, right, and you go and marry Wade program, when you're supposed to ascend spiritually as an Excel kind of program, you're gonna have a difficulty because of Word wants to excel as well as a Word program. But now you're joined with each other. Which spiritual path are you guys going to take? Excel one or Word one? And because of you cannot take each other's spiritual path, because of in the sacred timeline track, you're on your own in that path. You're not going with your husband. They can go, you can go left, they can go right. That's essentially what it looks like in the sacred timeline track. Even though you might meet again some other place, but the spiritual path could be totally different with different beings in the future. That is, you're gonna be unionized with some other different program. So this sort of thing of you trying to force yourself into some sort of a relationship with someone is exactly what's creating some of the problems that we have here. That heat loss is created by these karmic unions. That is, your union is creating a karmic situation where you're creating karmic debt. That is creating friction because of it's not supposed to be. It's not divinely sanctioned in some way or something like that. I don't know what's the word for it, but yeah. So what's going to happen is in order for us to upgrade to be in a 4D and then go to 5D so that we can join the rest of the universe when they go to 6D, we're going to have to drop the relationships, karmic relationships. And that karmic relationship looks something like this. It's not just your romantic karmic relationships. It's also your, I think they call them general relationships, like your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, whatever karmic that you need to distance yourself from, even though it might be for a while, so that you walk your path. You're going to need to do that. You're gonna need to do that. This thing of, oh, is my mother, is my father, doesn't work when it comes to you being a program. It works only because of your mother was meant to be your mother. That is, you sign a contract with her and your father, right? That you will be birthed by her. That's if you came the right way. That is if you came through the right way of coming to earth. They didn't manipulate energy of some kind to bring you forth from some other place. I mean, from there, like they stole you spiritually and you were birthed by a different mother or father, because that happens as well. Um, Even that shit is going to go back, by the way. If they stole your energy, if they stole you from a specific program, that is, you were supposed to be birthed by another person somewhere, somehow, you're going to find out who that person would be. You're going to find out, and that person is going to find out as well who you are. It's like energy is going to be reversed to exactly where it was supposed to be, or exactly where it's supposed to be. And that is also you being a program, you being an energetic thing, energetic program. If your mother is missing that energy somehow from you, they're gonna know. That child that didn't come for whatever reason was redirected to this specific person. They're gonna know. This is what that upgrade is gonna do. It's gonna put things back into perspective, things back into solid state. That's what defragmentation, my program, does. That is, it puts back programs into their solid state, not original, but solid state. That is the state where you are of your best self. That is complete. You are not broken. You're not adding other comic shit on there. It's just the way you were meant to be. As a result, when those relationships are being split like that, yeah, well, it's going to be a problem. But it's mostly programs which are karmic. That is, they are not necessarily supposed to be together. And two, they are fragmenting each other as well. That is, the situation between them is not proper. They're not supposed to be there. Their mission says you're marrying Suzanne here, right? And you went and married Martha because of Martha manipulated your thinking and made you think what they wanted you to think about them. You see what I'm saying? Now, how do you finish your path as a program? In order for you for that program, that is that guy that you're forcing to come to your reality in that manner, in order for that program to ascend spiritually, they need to be distanced from you. They need to be separated from that person who forced them to be in their reality like that. Because otherwise, you will rob him even further. That is, he will never ascend because of his spiritual path doesn't say Mary Martha. His spiritual path says Mary Suzanne. Or don't get married. And you have him stuck somewhere where he's not supposed to be. And this is where the light is also going to return that shit. You're going to wake up to be like, what is going on here? I'm kidding. But what I'm saying is, what I understand is that it will happen before even then. This is how Father wants it to make it. And I don't know if it's going to work for me. Father said, Father says, because I asked him, it's like, so what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to use you. And I'm like, me? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, what do you mean you're going to use me? It's like, I'm going to use you. Your energy and your counterpart's energy are going to be that high enough that anyone who sees you anyway, it's like, in any case, I already do that. I already change perspective by moving in certain places. I will be able to change just being there. I don't have to talk to you. You don't have to even see me. My energy will just vibrate in that way that whatever is within my vicinity will start healing. And when it heals, it'll start opening its eyes. It will start waking up. And when it wakes up, it'll start seeing, oh gosh, am I really married to this person? Kind of thing. And they're going to split. But then this is where Father made it stronger, right? They were always anyway going to do that. People were anyway going to do that. But now it's going to be stronger by the fact that this person will not be able to focus on that person. That is, Father says that they're going to come, they're going to come towards me. And I was like, Father, wait, is that a good idea? I remember my brothers being like, that doesn't sound right, right? My mother was like, are you sure you want to do something like that? Because I was like, Father's like, yeah. And my brothers are like, you can't do it with her. It's like, no, they're going to do it both. My counterpart is going to attract the females or maybe even males. And I'm going to attract also males. That is, they're going to see me and they're going to be like, I don't want to be with that person anymore. I want to be with her. But it's not like they want to be with me. When they find out that um, I'm with someone, I don't know if that's going to change for them. But when they see me, they wouldn't want to be back to where they used to be. They just have to see me or experience me, or I don't remember like me being in their vicinity. They will never want to be with that person again. So, irrespective of whether or not I do that, right? It's also the fact that the high vibration itself is going to do that. Not just me. It's like every person who's vibrating high will start seeing things differently. This is why I'm saying that husband or the boyfriend that you attracted in that forceful way like that or manipulative way like that, when they vibrate higher, they're going to wake up to what the fuck is going on here. They're going to see through that bullshit and they're going to be very high vibrational enough to be like, I don't need this shit. I'm fucking leaving your ass. And you're going to be standing there heartbroken because of you forced things. But you will heal eventually because you're going to find out that it's not the end of the world. You can go and work on yourself. And your husband, your person, is somewhere in your path. You can only find him if you walk your path. You're not going to find him when you're trying to force manifesting things into this reality. And remember, this manifestation, you're essentially stealing the resources from somewhere. And where's that? That is that guy that you're stealing. It's stealing. That guy that you're forcing to be with you, supposed to be with someone else. He's someone else's resource in that path. Let's say your path. In your path, you've got all these other resources which we put in there, including people, right? Now, this person belongs to so and so's path. That is, it belongs to Susan's path. Now, you, Martha, are going to force that energy out of Martha's path and bring it to yourself. Oh, shit. I'm just realizing something. You won't owe only that guy. You will also owe Martha, the one that you stole the energy from. I mean, Suzanne. That is, if it's Martha and Suzanne kind of scenario. You will also owe Suzanne. So you're going to owe two people because of you essentially interfered in their path. You. Yeah, you're going to owe two people. And you must be lucky that person is just one person. That is, that counterpart has only one person, because if they have two or three or however many, you're going to owe all of them. Because I have two counterparts. Okay, the folder that I remember that Father showed me, I had two counterparts, the two that I came with here. And I had another folder under that counterpart folder which said soulmate, which means they are both counterparts and soulmate at the same time. Those were three in there, which I was going to meet when I get to Earth. So, any disruption of me meeting any of them is a karmic debt. It's a karmic debt by whoever it is who's manipulating that kind of energy. That is, the system is going to say, this is why I'm saying the devil wanted to make sure that everybody is in on the debt. This is why he kept forcing people to not talk about the fact that they are programs, not live like they are programs, not understand who they really are so that they don't live the way they should be, and focus on all the mediocre or bullshit kind of concept like manifesting your own reality shit and creating your own reality shit. That shit is there, but not in this environment, not in the 3D environment. When you get to the 5D, you're going to be able to create your own shit. Like you say, you want to create your own thing, you're going to be able to do. Besides, despite, I don't think you're going to be able to create a person. You're going to be so high vibrational, you won't even want to do that. You will want your partner, your counterpart in that way. You wouldn't want to be with some created fake person, right? That you don't understand how to create, but you wanted to create someone. But people are really, to be honest, this is really risky. I don't understand how someone can think this is a good idea. How do you know whether that person is going to be good for you? I mean, how do you, what, this is what I'm saying. You don't know what you're attracting. Mind you, I also had lessons at some stage where they were talking about how some of these beings, like some of these men, some of who are knowledgeable, they're not awake, they're just knowledgeable, who would use their knowledge to kind of like trap people, men and women, but I think it's men mostly, who would have some sort of a glamour to them as well, right? And you would think that, oh, you know what, I want to be with him and I want to be with him. Huh? Yeah, go ahead. Go force that shit on yourself. Come and tell us. Now I'm going to laugh at you. I am going to laugh at your ass because you all did it to yourselves. You creators. God is not God the creator, Elohim, the man who created all of us. Is not saying manifest this. No. He doesn't go manifest. I manifest. I remember on that, the movie, man. Not Tomb Raider, man. What's that movie where? I love that movie, man. I forgot about it. The Mummy. They go and manifest there. And from that book, God does not create that way. He creates properly. He writes a program. He writes you as a program. He doesn't go and manifest like that. And that is also a program, by the way. That manifestation thing is a program. Everything is a program, by the way. Not just everything is a program. But what I'm saying is that true creation doesn't work like that. How are you going to manifest your things in this environment? If you want to use the word manifest, I hate this word. I don't want to lie. I said to Father, this is one of the fucking words that needs to go. This word of manifestation has to go, because this is a word that is being placed or used as if like it's a creation kind of way, and it's not. Creation is creation, right? And so far I only know of my father being the creator. I don't know if I have met other creators. Oh no, the other creators that I know are in the 5D environment or the spiritual world, where you're going to be able to really manifest your reality. That is not manifest, but really create your reality. That is, you will create your home by thought, whatever it is that you want. You're here on this planet because Father said to me, and I was like, because I had the energy as well, but Father said I needed to come to this world as well to learn what is possible so that I'm able to, because I live at home. I'm still a child at home. I still live with mother and father, that is Elohim and Elohe. But I needed to come to earth to also know that, okay, there's things called house. I grew up not even knowing that my home is a house or what. They didn't teach me those things. I had to come and learn them on earth. for me, this is why I came here as well, to have the experience and see what is possible. Because I used to hear my brother say, oh, there's this there, there's that there, there's this world and that world. My counterparts also used to go to other planets as well. Oh, there's this planet and that planet. And I never had that experience. So Father says, because I'm asking Father, why do I have to live with you like everybody else? That is my brothers and sisters. They live, they have their own homes. And I was like, why don't I have a home? Why do I? Father's like, you needed to come here first in order for you to see what's possible, so that when you come into the spiritual world, or when you go and live in a 5D environment where you're going to be able to create, you have an idea of what to create. Like, I wouldn't have an idea if I didn't come here. I wouldn't know that there's a house, there's a Mercedes Benz, there's a Ferrari, there's a, I don't know, kitchen unit. I wouldn't know those things. Why? Because of I saw them at home, but I didn't know what they were. I was just a child growing up in an environment. But when I'm on earth, I get to learn all these things, experience all these things. And when I go to other planets as well, I get to see what's possible. So when I create whatever I'm going to create in the 5D, wherever I'm going to live in the 5D, 6D, because from the 5D, you're going to be able to create whatever they're selling you, that crap that they're selling you now, it's not here. This environment, you don't have that kind of energy to do that. This is why what they're teaching you is actually a manipulation tactic. The real thing of creation is there. It does exist. You just don't be patient, but also start vibrating high with the rest of the people on earth, so that earth can go back to its high vibration again. Then we can get upgraded to 4D and then quickly upgraded to 5D. This is where you're going to find your abilities of creation and all of those beautiful, wonderful things. And plus that, you're probably going to know who your counterpart is. And then you're going to be ready, and then we're going to see what Father has for us in store on the 6D. And yeah, existence continues that way. Hopefully it's wonderful. I don't know. So far, I'm kind of like, But yeah. So the karmic relationships are going to be dismantled. Father was not playing any games. He got, I would say, pissed. I know people would be like, oh God, yeah, he got pissed. It was not normal for us to see him. It wasn't normal for me to see him in that way. So my brothers are like, no, you can't do that. Now I remember what he said. They said something like, you're going to have to put a lot of protection around her. And he's like, Father, it's like, yeah, you're there. And then they looked at each other like, heck, wait a minute. Why is this whole problem ending us now? It's like he was like, yeah, you're there. You'll be there. Like, assigning it to my brothers to be like the protectors in that way. But then he said that they won't be able to get near me or my counterpart. It's like it's a very weird way of things. It's like it's just a light that heals you, and you're gonna be drawn to it like a moth to a flame. But at the same time, it's not gonna draw you in. It's not gonna draw you in a way that you would fall into that flame and get burned by it. No, it's just gonna drag you away from what is not good for you. And and apparently it's going to happen. So Father wasn't impressed. Mother was kind of like happy that it was going to happen as she wanted it to happen. And for me, I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know how that looks like, because I don't want to be like being attacked by some sort of a killer bees or something like that, just because of they set me up as a honey trap of some kind. The shit that Father does sometimes. I swear. Sometimes I just look at it and I'm like, how is this going to work? So he said something about my divine masculine won't let that won't let that happen one. And I'll have, because he usually says to me, you'll have the protection. I don't know what that means. I never really know what that means, but I think like it's mostly going to be the angels and ancestors and everybody who needs to be there. I don't know if it's going to be activated for everybody or it's going to be activated for individuals that need to seriously get off the karmic path. But yeah. Oh, goodness. I have to go back into listening to this recording and I am dreading it. So let's just finish it. I cannot listen to these recordings, these videos. I can't. But let me just finish this thing.
Person necessarily. This can be with anyone. I will think about something or wanting to get something, and I will have a friend or a family member reach out to me and literally tell me that exact thing. I do this all the time with my husband, my father, and my best friend.
Oh, she's
I will
married?
literally think about them and I'll think about something I want to do with them. And I kid you not, almost every single time, I'll say there's like a 95% success rate with me. They will reach out to me, whether it's the same day, a few hours later, sometimes instantly, or even sometimes the next day or that week, and they will ask me about that exact thing that I was just thinking about. I'll do a whole other video on like thought transmission and telepathy and stuff like that, but yes, it does work. Like you can demand people to do things. Now, whether or not that person is going to take action right then and there, that's debatable. Some people are naturally very impulsive, so when they do get in thought to do something, they just go and do it. And other people are more like, they're a little more to themselves, so they're like, oh, I'm thinking about texting this person. Like, I have the urge to text this person. But then maybe they're thinking, what if this person doesn't want to hear from me? What if they don't want to talk to me? What if I've hurt their feelings so bad? Like, some people are genuinely just feeling ashamed of their own actions, and it's not because they're not getting your manifestation.
What she just said now confirms to me exactly what I felt. It's a manipulation of another program. It's an interference with another program. You shouldn't be do. What business is it of yours? Why someone else should be acting the way you want them to be acting? Why are you getting things from people instead of the universe, instead of God Himself? Why are you stripping resources away from people? I promise you, when things change in this environment, she's going to sound exactly the way I'm hearing her to everybody else. This is going to be like a witch kind of a thing. They're gonna be like, they were doing witchcraft. These people are doing witchcraft. This manifestation shit is witchcraft. Period. Let's stop there. Let's just stop and stop going further than anything else because of to try to make it sound like, oh, it's just manifestation. Oh, it's just manifestation. I literally now she wants to. Why are you doing that? Just because of you can do something doesn't mean you should be doing it. There are laws. There are laws to this universe. If you don't understand that shit, don't try to do shit like that because of it's gonna get you only in karmic debt. She's gonna have to pay all those people that gave her things that they were not supposed to be giving her. Remember, when somebody gives you something, it's essentially transfer of energy again, and you're not allowed to live on anyone else's energy. All those uncles and aunts who were giving her shit, she has no right to be living off of that uncle and aunts and cousins and whoever's shit, even if they're giving it willingly. In the universe, they too are going to learn a lesson to never give away their energy like that. They're going to learn a lesson of their own, right? But then she's going to learn a lesson and a karmic debt as well. They're going to learn a lesson to say, you see, this is what I'm learning, that lesson of why it was wrong for me to give. It's not my place. It's not your place. You should supposed to vibrate high enough so that you can create those things yourself, in a sense of not creating them, but go get them the way you need to get them. But people are not walking their paths and they're not getting their energy. All they're doing is sitting somewhere, manifesting things, that is calling things magically so into the environment by stripping people out, stripping things away from people and saying it's manifestation. No, it's witchcraft. And it's stealing of energy. It doesn't matter. It's stealing of energy. You don't even have to call it witchcraft. Let's call it what it is. You're stealing someone else's energy. That person worked for that shit. They don't have to give it to you. They shouldn't have even given it to you. I don't care if you're saying, oh no, but I didn't ask for it. They just gave it to me. It doesn't matter. You were supposed to refuse. You're supposed to refuse. This is how people used to live. There are people who used to live this way. And people used to feel like, oh, you're being some people who didn't know, who didn't understand, who didn't have the knowledge. They would think, oh, he thinks he's better than all of us. They don't realize that person didn't want to create the karmic debt. He knew his limitations. He knew he can only live up until this far. As far as he could, he lived that way. Anything else outside of that is a karmic debt. And a lot of people in this environment are going to learn that. They're going to realize how they have been screwed by this environment, myself included. I'm counting myself. I used to do and think the same way that I could give things. No, you shouldn't be giving things unless you're guided to. Because when you're guided to, the universe knows that it's balanced in some way, or it's going to be balanced in some way. But if you're not guided to, right, and someone else is just giving you energy, their energy, or you're just receiving energy from other people, like whatever it is that you're receiving, and it's not going to be balanced in some way, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in trouble when that light comes. Whatever it is that you've built using someone else's energy, what they gave you, even if it's not physical things, how they spend energy on you in that way, where you were fragmenting them in some way and drawing energy from them, you're going to pay for that. You're going to pay for that. You will pay for that. And that I'm not even like fucking joking about it. I'm not like, oh, no, you're going to pay. No, you're going to fucking pay for it. You're going to learn a fucking good lesson. Why you're supposed to get off your fucking ass and do shit for yourself and not have to have your hand out like that. I'm not doing anything now, but I have a reason why. Because I'm being put in this environment. I'm kind of like, I'm always in the Eight of Swords. Is it Eight of Swords? Eight of Swords. So these people are fragmenting me. They are stealing energy from me as I sit here. Right? They're stealing it in a different way. Probably manifesting it as well. Who knows? I don't know what they're doing, but whatever it is that they're doing, they're stealing energy from me as I sit here. So in a way, it's like they owe me. They're in so much of debt from me. Me being here in its own is a debt because I'm serving them. And they're not wanting me to leave because they know as soon as I leave, that energy goes. So they keep doing this kind of manipulation of things, fucking with my path. When I'm supposed to do something, they do something else. They make sure that I don't get there. But I'm going to get to where I need to get to. But I know, and I'm careful of it. When I came here, Father was like, I said, why should I go there? It's like, no, don't worry. They're the ones who actually changed your path in that way to get you there. So they owe you. They're going to owe you anyway. And I'm like, how do you know? Am I not going to be like exchanging energies? Like, no. The more they keep you there, the longer they're going to owe you. Whatever you're going to be going through is learning. Because I'm learning as well. I'm in my karmic lesson. So I'm gaining energy in that way as well. But then also they're losing energy because they're siphoning one. Two, they are also keeping me here by manipulation. That's another energy transfer. And the third thing is, And guess what Father says? Like, you're going to use their resources. You're going to learn and be comfortable. And well, I'm not comfortable in that way. And use their resources and heal while using their resources. They allowed themselves to be in this position. So I don't owe them. They owe me. And this is why you have to understand the fuck you're doing. What are you doing? You have to understand that shit. You have to do the math. If I do this, if I take a gift from someone, how do I have to repay it back? How am I going to repay it back? This is why some people don't receive gifts because of that. They understand, they have the knowledge. And people think, oh, you don't ask yourself why. They might not even remember why, but they just have that knowledge of it's not a good thing to receive gifts. Maybe it's a belief system in their home or something like that that they at least kept to. Some people will be like, no, I'm not gonna buy someone else's food. I'm not gonna give someone charity. They are right to do that. They are right to do that. You shouldn't be giving anybody charity in that way unless you're guided to. Where Father will be like, you're gonna do this job, you're gonna give in this way, and this is how it's going to be returned to you. The universe is gonna return this energy to you in this way. That's how you're going to give to people in a balanced way, not in a thievy kind of way where you just, I want this and I want this and I'm manifesting and I'm manifesting. Then somebody comes and gives it to you, not you taking money from your own pocket and seeing it and buying it. You're going to pay. You're going to pay for it. And this is energy, darling, not with money. The currency is energy. That whole, I'm going to do this, it's nice now. You're living off everybody else's energy. You don't get to do shit where you get to use your own money to buy these things. When you lose that energy that you have, that abundance of energy that you have, which is not yours, because by virtue of you not going and doing the work and really getting money for it and buying what you needed to buy, that is, you spend some energy in order for you to get something back, right? Means you saved some energy of yourself and you also use someone else's energy. When the universe comes, not the universe and such, when the light comes, when Father or the universe does the upgrade for Earth to be from 3D, I think Father said it's going to be the 3D light because he still needs to upgrade the environment to be exactly 3D because it's currently not 3D. It dropped so far. That light, the 3D light itself, is going to be so high that if you're having any other person's energy within you, it's going to burn. It's gonna burn you. Right? So people need to realize that this is why you still need to start working on yourself and start repaying back that debt. It doesn't mean you have to pay back by money. It's going to look different for everybody, but your spirit team, God, will guide you how to reverse that energy back to where it needs to be. It could be anything, like you could possibly go and help your aunt in some way. The universe will create an opportunity for you to pay back your debt. In a not necessarily a nice way, but I'm just saying that in a way you could go back to your aunt and maybe help her clean her house, help her with something that she needs. Or you could have balanced it out as well. You might have balanced that energy out, but you will not know unless you are in contact and alignment with God and with the universe and your ancestors, where they will tell you or they will guide you to show you still owe a little bit here. You need to pay this one. You need to pay that one. And as you drop your drop your low vibrational stuff as well, you're going to gain more energy. So you'll afford to do things. You'll afford to pay people. But I'm convinced now that this is witchcraft.
Or your thoughts or what you're telling them. Is just sometimes people just don't want to act on it for whatever the case may be. And before you misunderstand what I'm saying, I'm not telling you to sit here and spend all day obsessively affirming and deciding what your specific person is thinking of you, because you'll drive yourself fucking insane if you're trying to control every little thought they have during the day, right?
Imagine. Control that wedding.
What I'm saying is, if you're assuming the worst, like they don't like you, they don't want you, then you're constantly going to manifest that into your life. When you are constantly assuming or fearful that they're not thinking about you, that they don't want you, that they don't want to be with you, who is that helping? Because whatever story you are sticking to internally and whatever story you constantly replay is what will eventually manifest into your reality. So if you know that, and it is facts, would you continue to sit here and allow your subconscious mind to just run rampant and do whatever the hell it wants to do, or are you going to lock in and take control over the narrative that you want in your reality? Emphasis on your reality. So if your like default story is, they don't care about me anymore, they've moved on, they never think about me, they don't want me, they don't love me, oh, they care about the third party more, that's why they're marrying them tomorrow. Like, why are we holding that as a dominant story? And just because I have seen this happen where people have said, like, my specific person's getting married to the third party, they seem so happy. As you can tell by like social media relationships and stuff that you see all the time, it doesn't matter how happy someone looks, you never know what's going on behind the scenes. People separate and divorce all the time. One of my favorite internet couples, the ones that I thought were the happiest, like recently, I think in the past like week or so, it came out that Chrissy and Desmond Scott were getting divorced. At least at the time I'm filming this. Again, this could be years from when y'all are seeing this. I don't know. But they're currently in the process of getting divorced. I mean, they were the happiest, most laughing looking couple on the internet. And that is proof that you never know what's going on behind the scenes with your specific person. So don't assume that because they're with a third party that they're happy. Or because they haven't reached out to you and confessed their love to you yet, that means that they're not interested in you. Because that is far from the truth. But again, you get to
the delusion as well. Yo. So you see something. Yes, it might be that they are not really going through the best of times. But what business is it of yours? Why is it your issue? Why are you making it your business? If somebody decides to choose to marry somebody else, why are you hopping on it? Why are you still hopping on that? Why aren't you moving on? Why are you still having to try to drag somebody out of an engagement of some kind where they're gonna marry somebody the next day, and you still like worried about it? This, can I change this situation? Is that what they're saying? But in the same time, it's like, just because of they're doing this and whatever, and I'm like, it sounds like these people are delusional as well. Like, they don't want to accept what they see. They feel like they have, this is the arrogancy again of, I see it, it's their reality, but I'm going to change it for my reality, kind of a thing. This whole thing of reality being different, hey, I think it's also taken out of context as well, isn't like, I feel like the word reality is also being misused here in a way. For me, it most of this, something that makes sense to me is a point of view, right? Maybe coming from a more of a computer type of world, architecture type of world, you would think about things or see things in a point of view. That is a point of view. This is what these guys are calling a reality. And for me, how I understand reality is that it's a very general thing. That's the reality. Something like this and that is happening all over the world. I don't want to talk about low vibrational stuff. Like, I'm going to give an example. We all know that there is the FIFA World Cup playing at this time, right? That's the reality. It's playing. I might not see it physically, but I'm seeing it on the news. I'm watching it on TV and whatnot. It's the reality of everybody. It's a very general thing, right? That is, depending where you are, you're going to experience that reality in a different way. That is called a point of view. These fuckers went and took something which is just generic and tried to make it a personal thing, a personal experience thing. Your point of view is very much personal, but it's not necessarily the reality. This is how I explain it. Reality versus point of view. If a person is standing in the middle, and there is 4 people around this person who are all looking at this person in the middle. That is the reality. The point of view is that the one who's standing on the left side of this person is seeing the left side of this person. The one who's standing on the right side of that person is seeing the right side of that person. The one who's standing on the front and at the back, they are seeing similarly what they're seeing. That is a point of view. That is the so-called I think this is what they meant when they wanted to say your own realities. That the fact is, the reality is that there's a person in the middle. That's a reality. The reality is that there's 4 people around that person in the middle. That's a fucking reality. The reality is that all these 4 people are looking at this person from different point of view. That's a fucking reality. It's a very generic thing like that. Now, the point of view can be different. Somebody sees the left side, somebody sees the right side, somebody sees the front, somebody sees the back. Now, what these fuckers are suggesting is that when you're standing in the front, right, you're going to force in this 3D environment, that is high vibrational still, but only to the 3D level. That is, it's not high vibrational as 5D, where you can see through things. Not even 5D, 4D. 4D is where you're going to be able to see through that person and see the other person at the back. You're going to be able to see through the person. The person on the front is going to be able to see through the person in the middle to be able to see the back. That is 4D. Now, these fuckers are saying that they want to force themselves to see the back. They're in the front. They want to force themselves to see the back of this person, even though at the back, right, there's somebody else who's seeing it that way, that he's seeing the back, but then he also is thinking, I'm going to drink this fucking drama juice in 3D, and I want to see, and I'm going to force to see the front. Right? That's basically what they're trying to say. That's how I'm understanding them. That they don't want to accept their point of view. This is why they want to control things. This is why they want to force things, manipulate things. And what does that look like, manipulation? Guess what that looks like? Let's take that same person in the middle. What they're doing is essentially turning that person left, right, like just circles. They keep turning that person in continuous circlings, like, they just keep turning him so that they can all see a little bit of that person, few seconds at the back, at the front, side, back, front, just like that. That's what they're essentially trying to do. Now, when I say that's fucking witchcraft or some sort of manipulation, is that they were not supposed to be interfering with that program or that person in the middle. They're not supposed to be touching that person. They're supposed to be dealing with that person from what the perspective of theirs is. That is, the point of view that they have is that front, that back, that left side, that right side. That's it. Don't try to manipulate that person in the middle by making him turn, right? So that you can be like, oh, I saw the front, I saw the side. That's what they're trying to do. What are they doing now? They're fragmenting that person. It could be that the 3 don't want to turn the person, but the front one, this one who's talking, wants that person to turn so that it can be like, you will turn because my reality, I want to make it my reality. You will turn and I will see your back. And then I'll tell people that I can see your back because that's the reality I want to see in mine. So I'm going to change your mind and make you interfere with your program to tell you to turn. And the universe says, don't interfere. Don't tell another program what to do. You don't see Word telling Excel what to do. You don't see Cat telling Copy what to do. You don't see that shit in the system. But these fuckers are saying something like that. It's like they are really manipulating something in a wrong way. Now imagine this person, their program is meant to sit right in the middle and not do anything but sit right in the middle. This one and the community are telling this program, you need to turn so that I can tell people that you turned for me. You need to dance. When I say dance on one leg, you need to dance so that I can tell people that I was able to do that. That's what they're doing, interfering with the program, interfering with the reality in that way, because of they want to force the reality to bend in their own way. But what they're essentially saying is bullshit, because reality is very much general, depending on where you are, of course. The depending on where you are is the point of view. I could be in Africa and watching the reality of the FIFA World Cup in Africa, but I'm sharing that experience, a little bit of it, with someone who's in USA, because we're all watching at maybe not necessarily at the same time. Yeah, maybe same time, but different kind of time zones and shit, whatever that is. But what I'm saying is that the point of view is different. I'm sitting at my couch, they're sitting at their couch. We're watching the same match. It's the same general view, the same general reality. Now, I can't go and be like, okay, the World Cup, someone is watching the World Cup in USA as it plays in USA time zone, and me watching the World Cup as it plays for me in my time zone. I feel like it's life, right? Because someone in USA is daytime, I'm nighttime. That doesn't even matter anymore. The fact is, we're watching it at the same time. That reality is happening at the same time. We might be in the dark, they might be in the light, but wherever it's playing, I'm able to transmit that information, or they're able to transmit that information to me to see it at the same time as the person sitting in USA. Now, that is the point of view. But I can't go and be like, I'm gonna make the World Cup come to me. That's what they're saying. I'm gonna make that guy come to me. That is, I'm gonna make that World Cup come and play here in Africa, because I want to change my own reality like that. That's what these fuckers are saying. They're saying shit like that, and everybody's like, okay, not everybody, not everybody. I'm just saying, whoever thinks this shit is real, you can't. Everybody's gonna be like, who you? Who you to say you want to move because of, that's what they're saying. I want to move John from Susan's point of view, and I want to bring him to my point of view for my reality, so that it's different from everybody else, because I can control it like that. Huh? Huh? And it's okay. We're supposed to accept this, because of some people have been spewing shit out that they don't have even a, did they sit down and think about what they're saying? Or the practicality of what they're saying? Yes, it is energy transfer. I agree. Because of you're changing someone else's perception, someone else's mind set. I agree in that way. But let's go change FIFA World Cup and bring it to Africa. Let's see if the manifestors will be able to do that. I should be able to do that. I should just bring this while the American people are watching it. Then I just put the whole thing somewhere in the Sahara in Africa. And let's see what that reality looks like. It's manipulation of energy. They are manipulating something. This is why they're saying things like they are controlling. And she sounds more and more forceful as she keeps going, and I'm like, oh shoot. They don't want to respond. I don't know why. They don't want to respond to my suggestion. I don't know why. Because they shouldn't be. A true program that runs optimally is not going to respond to any foreign type of instructions from another program. This is why they say do not interfere with anyone else's program. Mind your own program. This is why it's said that way. Because of you shouldn't be really getting advice from, hey, you see, I don't even have to go too far. You shouldn't be getting advice from manifestors or anybody else. You should be reading your own program. Your own program has all the information you need to run in this environment. Everything. That intuition is inside of you. It's inside information, intuition. It's inside of you. It's not coming somewhere in the air or something like that. And that's why this is why I'm saying, if he's low vibrational, that guy is going to answer that kind of a manipulation. But if they're high vibrational, they're not going to answer. And high vibration doesn't look it, by the way. Just because of you think someone is easy to manipulate, it doesn't necessarily mean they're low vibrational. Just because of they don't look like they're high vibrational. Like you could look at her and think she's high vibrational, and I'll tell you she's low vibrational. The wording that she used tells me everything. The concept and the thinking behind that concept tells me they are very low vibrational. And this is the very same beings who are going to tell you that they're high vibrational. This type of people who think in terms of controlling people, who think in terms. This is like, I don't have to tell you what low vibration is. You're going to define it for yourself because it's different for certain things are different for certain people. It's like anger in some people could be high vibrational. Anger in some people could be low vibrational. So it's almost like it's not even anger, man. Like strong feelings in some people could be high vibrational. Strong feelings in some people could be low vibrational. You're going to have to measure yourself in terms of your own program. Not measure, but regulate it in terms of your own program. It depends what you're talking about, what you're thinking about, where you are. But yeah, I hope I can finish this. Oh my goodness. Almost there. 3 more minutes.
Side that truth. Because unlike most people, you know the power of your subconscious. You know the laws of the universe. So stop acting like you're not a powerful being. You know you're a powerful being.
Where did they get these laws of the universe? The laws of the universe is very few laws of universe. And this is why I was saying that I was never taught in my lessons. I was never taught about what is it? Law of creation. What? I don't know. Law of creation or law of I don't know. There's the only law I was taught of is one law, but it comes into it's as if like they answer each other. The law is one law of the universe. You are not. No, it's not even you're not. The wording is it is illegal for you to live on anyone else's energy in the universe. That's the law. And further to that, when they were explaining to me, they said, you are not allowed to interfere with any other program. Because when you do interfere with any program, what do? You draw energy from it, or you make it release energy, and you make it lose energy. And this is where they say, you are not allowed, it is illegal to live off anyone else's program. Anyone else's energy in the universe. By you interfering with the program, it means you're going to be drawing energy from them. So this is why I'm saying it's like one law, but it comes in 2 parts, as in like the thing that creates an issue of you living off anyone else's energy in that way is you creating that fragmentation in it. Because when you upset someone, you're stealing energy from that person. When you do this type of mental manipulations of energy manipulation to that someone, you're stealing energy from them. So they say, you know the laws of the universe. Obviously you don't. Because if you knew, you'll know that your ass is going to get burned when the light comes and snatches that energy that you've been stealing from everybody in that way. in that manipulative way, you would know. This is why I'm saying these people don't do the math. They talk big, they talk like they understand, and this is another thing I keep saying. The devil knows only a certain thing. The reason why the devil is going to spew out crap and give you wrong information in this environment is because of he didn't walk his own path. He failed to walk his own spiritual path. His spiritual ass is still right there on level 3. He's not ascended. So you're listening to someone who didn't go and walk through his path so that he can ascend and have the real knowledge, the real information. This is what you're listening to. You're listening to people who know, who have information, but they have limited information. I'm hearing that it's also outdated. Limited, outdated information. And at the same time, what they're doing is manipulating you to manipulate energy so that it's not just them who are in the doghouse when the light comes. They want to have all of you there with them. They trip you. Uncle Oldman, the devil, I call him Uncle Oldman. The devil, he likes tripping people. Oh my goodness. I have this. They just hit me with something on my. Oh, maybe it's how I'm sitting. But it just came, just like that. The devil, maybe it's because I'm talking about him. They hate it whenever I start talking about him. They will do some weird things. They can't do much now, so they're going to send some very weird things. Father, please protect me from this method. I don't know what it is that they did, but it just feels like they threw something right at my heart. What was I gonna say? That devil. Uncle Oldman, as I keep telling people, he likes tripping people on the Sacred Timeline track. He likes to go to the Sacred Timeline track and remove tracks so that people trip on the Sacred Timeline track so that they don't ascend. Or they just trip and disrupt your ascending. And he has been running, or they have, him and his crew and his system or whatnot, have been running this environment with this program of fragmentation, and by lying to you and giving you teachings of, you think it's spirituality, you think it's the laws of the universe, but they actually not. They're actually getting you into more debt. They're getting you into trouble that you don't see coming. And it's sad because she's just so pretty. It's so sad. Not that it's okay if someone is not pretty. I'm just saying that she's such a potential, and this is why I'm like, she's so young. Why is she talking like this? She's such potential for her to get trapped in this shit. Oh my goodness, they are coming for me. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I remember Father saying they're gonna trap a lot of people, a lot of karmics, so badly so that it's gonna be bad if you keep this path. You will essentially struggle a lot to come up again. You will do it. You will be able to rise above it, but it's gonna be tougher if you keep going this low. It's gonna be tougher. They want people to be there with them. And I feel like they did it this way because they didn't understand. Like I say, they didn't walk their spiritual path properly. So they don't understand something. They think, that's the problem. They think their karma is going to be shared. And it's not. It's like, if you are part of his crew, right? That is the 144, those who consider themselves the 144 and stuff. They have to understand that karma is a group karma. It's not a individual karma per se. So however much you did, whether you did a little bit, you were the messenger or something like that, you'll still get the full impact of the whole 144 karma. That is, let's just say each one got 1 unit of karma, and there's 144,000 of you. It means every person is going to be carrying 144,000 of karma. Or times, is it times 10, Father? Is it still times 10? Times 10, I think. I wanted it to be 100. I was like, just drop the whole thing on them. But yeah, about 10. I think they said 10. Maybe they were lying. I don't know, but not them, the person who brought the message. I don't know. But I remember Father saying something like, it's going to be hell. It's going to be hell here on earth. Because I went through it as well, right? I went through hell here on earth. And they're going to have to walk the same path as I walked. Because they were so eager. They were like so chosen. Whenever I think about this shit, I laugh. I'm like, yeah, serves you right. But anyway, you don't want to be falling for this shit. You do not want to be falling for this shit because it will be a fall. And I get motivated, or not being motivated, I get encouraged whenever I as much as I defragment as harsh as I do, because these concepts are just bullshit. And I'm not here for it. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit how somebody else is gonna feel. I'm just gonna fucking defragment that shit and be done with it. Because it's fucking bullshit and it's fucking wasting our time and it's fucking filling up the system with crap. And I don't have time for this. Now, the good news is, for some reason, you were sent to me to defragment. And that's a good thing. It means you have a chance. You still have a chance, a good, solid chance to rethink your path. Rethink what you're doing. Understand. I don't have to tell you what this means. Go and understand it yourself. When they say reality, what is, go ask questions, please. Don't listen to me. Go and ask questions yourself, and this whole concept that you're talking about, understand where it's coming from. Understand it. I'm not saying you should listen to me per se. I'm just giving you a message that it's an interesting, whenever you're sent to me in this way to fragment you, to defragment. Why do I keep saying fragment? To defragment you, it means it's a good thing. It means you are being highlighted for a good cause. Your message is your message is a lesson for myself, because I learn from myself. I don't just go and anything that people say to me on YouTube. I fucking question that shit. I don't just go and be like, reality. Oh, reality. You do understand what you're saying. Do these people listen? I think you need to listen to this recording. This person needs to listen to this recording herself and ask herself, does she really sound okay? She sounds weird. She sounds like she's doing something very, very bad. Like I'm forcing, I'm controlling, I want them to think the way I want them to think. It's like, ha. How big of you to think that you should be having such a control over another being? Who the heck do you think you are? That's what I want you to ask yourself. I want these people to ask themselves, who the fuck do they think they are? Using that kind of manipulation on any other person. And I want them to ask themselves, would they be okay if they were in the same shoes? Imagine your husband. Oh, shit. There's something coming up for her. Something to do with your husband. You, the shit that I was saying, it wasn't just coming from nowhere. The thing I was saying about you. This, I feel like the things that I was saying about an example, giving you an example about, you could be attracting something that you do not understand. Might possibly be true. Shit. Is there a mother or a grandmother in the house? And a child? Or is it your mother? Or his mother? Huh? You have a child, a boy. A boy? Ish, I'm not sure if it's coming. I'm not sure, but there's something is trying to come through. And they usually come through when I'm tired. I was about to switch this thing off. Finish this and be done. I'm going to say something. You're going to get this recording and you're going to hear something here. Like you're going to resonate. It's going to resonate with you. And then you're going to start questioning a lot of things in your life. But I feel like you're going to also ask yourself, I feel like, did your husband teach you these things? Or the mother? The husband and the mothers? Who's this grandmother? Is this the husband's mother? Or your mother? I'm going to say something in this recording. Or I said a lot of things in this recording that will make you start thinking about something else. I feel like you're living with maybe it's your in-law. You have a child. You're going to ask yourself about your husband. I think either you learned these things from your husband. Oh shit, I remember this vision. Your husband is this family, this husband and this mother. I think it's the husband's mother or grandmother. But he's a grandmother. I don't know if she's a grandmother. They manipulated you to stay away from family members, your own family members. You are there. They love you. Your family loves you, but they don't have access to you in that way, the way they used to have access to you. Not that they should, but it's like you're being kept away from them. Some people in your family see it. They try to tell you about it, about the controlling nature of the husband and the mother. You didn't listen. You don't realize it. They did. Oh shoot! You are something. You are someone. I'm trying to separate the view that I have of you on this recording. Something about pine trees. Pine. Is it pine? But these long trees. Maybe somewhere you live. That grandmother is more similar to my grandmother. That grandmother uses both of you, taught the son or this grandson the knowledge, this Bullshit. The son taught you. She uses him to control you. They're siphoning from you. This is what I'm saying. You're big energy. You're something. You're some program. I don't know what you are, but you're gonna have to find that out. The mother is siphoning from both of you, your husband and yourself. He's aware a little bit. But he doesn't understand. He's aware, but he doesn't understand. That's what they're saying. Your husband is aware of what they're doing or what they do or how they live, but he doesn't understand why. He's also some big energy. You're in control. You're under the control of this woman that you're living with. Your family some family members are trying to tell you. I see people in your family. They're like on like some sort of a island in the kitchen. There's an island, right? You know how kitchens usually have islands. It's very bright. Your home is very bright. Shit. Your home at home. You must watch what your home looks like. Your house, your home, your family, your mother. I think it's your mother and your father. Or some aunt and someone. Their homes is bright. They're still living in the light somehow. But the one that you're in, the one where you're living with your husband, is shadowed. You must watch what that light looks like. You must watch how bright you feel when you get into your old home, where you're home. When you say you're going home, I feel like it's a couple of houses. It's not just, it's like some of them are aunts and uncles. The ones you probably mentioned. One of your uncle or aunts, her house is not that bright. Her home is not that bright. But I don't know. I think it's your parents. No, they're not your parents, man. I'm not getting that. I'm getting that they are your parent, or maybe they adopted you. I don't know. But their home is bright. They try to tell you, and there's another family as well. Uncles and aunts. They try to also kind of like give you hints there and there. Hey, this person of yours, something like that, or this grandmother or someone, and she doesn't want you to go anywhere. It feels like she doesn't want to. She doesn't want you guys to go anywhere, or you specifically. They watch. She watches. She has the husband watching your every move. They don't like it when you go home. They don't like it when you go home. She doesn't like it when you go home. Your son. Something about your son too. That child of yours. Your big energy and his big energy. That woman. Oh shit. I remember this vision. It's a longer vision. It is a long vision. That woman, you need to protect that son of yours. That your big energy and his big energy created a being, a bigger being. That energy, that your son has a potential, but she's only going to be able to access it at a certain age. I don't know how old he is now. She's waiting. She's waiting for that son to reach a certain age. I get 6. I get 6 at age 6. And then she's gonna have 3 of you now. Your husband, you, and the son is the golden ticket. The son, your son, has that energy that she's looking for. Shit. Father, I cannot. This. I feel like you and your husband, There's something about the two of you being together, but not really meaning meant to be together, but being together. There's something about you two. You were not meant to be together, but you are together. But the two of you are going to go on a mission together. Something to do with this woman. You're going to have to free yourselves from there. But it's going to take you're not going to be able to convince your husband. You're going to start seeing shit after listening to this recording. You're going to start seeing things for what they are. You're going to try to convince your husband. Your husband knows, but he doesn't understand. You're going to try to explain to him. You're going to learn more. You're going to try to explain to him. You're going to have to make a run for it. But she's in control. She's controlling him very too much. You're going to have to get him away. In order for you to survive, to get away, you need him to get away. You're going to need him to release himself from the clutches of this woman in order for the two of you to get away. It's going to take a toll on you and your son. He's going to only understand when he understands that his son is next. What he's doing to him, what she is doing to him, I feel like she has been doing it to him since she was young. Since he was young. He's going to have to work through that trauma. He is under trauma. It's fear. He's controlled by fear. That's why he stays. That's why he behaves the way he does. I get the feeling he's also not he's not a bad person. He's made to behave a certain way because of this person, this woman. I feel like it's his grandmother. She looks too old to be his mother because maybe. But why is it like a grandmother? Maybe it's his mother. But this husband is stuck. This is a childhood trauma thing. This is an issue. This is one of those big ones where it takes a lot to get out of. But you're gonna have to help him to get out of that in order for you to save yourself and your son. But then you're going to meet your person, your real person. You are going to have to go through some sort of it's almost as if like he is going to have to go through. I don't know what your path looks like, Father, the rest of your path, but Father has a plan for you. But there's somewhere where you're going to meet your real counterpart. And it's going to have to be a decision made. There's going to be that conflict between the two of you, the three of you, the two of them actually, for you. Well, let me just say this. Father likes this. I don't know if it's him who likes it because there is going to be some sort of a love issue there, but you're going to sort it out. They're going to fight each other, but they make they will make a pact. They will come together. You will come together. And it has something to do with your son. Something about your son. That woman is waiting, and I get the feeling she's already started or something, or she was waiting for time, or I don't know. Is the child young? I see. I don't know if it's a toddler or what. I don't know if the child is young. Maybe the child is still young. But you don't have time. I feel like you don't have time. that child is going to turn a certain age that she's waiting for that. It's the same age she started this shit with this husband of yours. And I feel like they also did the same thing to me in that around that age. Like really, really went for it around that age. But 6, I hear 6. If he's not 6 yet and he's about to turn 6, I feel like you don't have a time. I feel like there's no time. You have short time. You need to get your son out of there. It's gonna be a tricky situation how to communicate that to your husband. But you're gonna have, he's gonna deny. He's been raised to deny. He's very hard-headed. He sounds and feels very unmovable. Because he's big energy as well. But you're going to struggle, but you're going to make it. You're going to find a way. Your home feels empty and shadowy. This spot this woman likes to sit in. I feel like she sits there always. She's the one who's bringing that shadowiness in there. She reminds me so much of my grandmother. There's a path where you're going to run with your husband to save your son. But the funny thing is now, I'm not seeing you in a physical way. I'm seeing you on the sacred timeline track. Somewhere around where you live. I feel like you're taking your son. You're going to take your son to your... Oh, shit. You're going to hide your son with your one aunt or something like that. But that is the aunt that I'm telling you that person has a darker home. Is shadowy. I don't know if she's a... It's like, I feel like it's 4 houses or 4 homes. They get shadowy as they go. Like your home is bright. The next home is bright as well, but not as bright as your home. The next one is not as bright as the one before. But then there's the 4th one house. I don't know what that house is. It's shadowy, but not as bad as where you come from, where you live in now. But this person, Father, I'm not getting this one through. I don't remember this dream so much, this vision. I don't know why, it seems as if you're afraid of taking the child to your parents or your uncles or your aunts. I don't know, maybe I don't know. Is it your parents? Why do I get the feeling they're your uncle or an aunt? Were you raised by an uncle or an aunt, perhaps? Because of that's where she's going to look. Oh, yeah. So you're going to hide your son with that shadow family member of yours, because that shadowness of your your what's her name again, your in-law, she's not going to be able to attack your son in that environment, in that shadowy environment of your aunts. I feel like it's an aunt. I don't know if she lives alone, but she's a loner. She's She's shadowy. She's not she's a not shadowy, she's a dark person, I think. She's a dark person, like me. She is into dark arts, perhaps. And this is why your boy is going to be safe with her, because she can understand and read energies that would be sent through by the grandmother. She can protect, her house is protected. She has protected her house. But you're gonna have to, I don't remember this vision properly, né? I feel like there's a reason why I don't remember your vision properly. Father, what was it? Is it because of I'm tired? There are going to be some other visions that I'm gonna bring, right? But because of I'm tired, if you can hear it in my voice, I might not get it as clear as I should, of finish clear. You too go on a journey. You drop. It feels like you're on the sacred timeline track. You're getting away. You're getting away on the sacred timeline track. And that track, there's a T. Instead of going to your parents, you go to your aunt. You leave your child there. Your aunt tells you, I understand. I'll take care of him. But they're gonna be attacked. You guys are going to have to leave the child there, and you're gonna have to go through a mission of your own. But you can't take the child with you. And this is where you're going. You're going to meet another person, which is your real counterpart. To be honest, I'm not sure if this one is a counterpart of yours or what, but there's something about him that just doesn't stick with you well. It's almost as if like he needs to be vetted or something like that. I know it's crazy, right? You have a child or something like that with him already. But it's almost as if like his path also includes him being worthy. Or yeah, it's almost as if like the way he was raised, he has been suppressed, but he needs to bring that shit out of him so he can ascend spiritually. Because you're going to be, you are big energy. You're like, I feel like you're like me in a way. Different, not exactly like me, but I'm just saying it's a similar situation. You're big energy, but you have a counterpart. But the father of your child, is gonna have to kind of like rise up to the occasion properly. Because before, he might have, this is what I'm saying, I feel like the stuff that I was saying, the shit that I was saying when I was saying you don't know what you're attracting, he might have just done you in that way. This is what I'm saying. You should put yourself in those shoes and see how it feels like. He might, he did. And he was sent by the grandmother. He did. The grandmother, they targeted you. The grandmother targeted you. Do I have to know why? They targeted you because you are big energy. Hi man, why do I feel like you have been raised by your uncle and your aunt? They know you. Your whole family knows you. Your parents were like you. Someone in your parents were big energies as well. So this uncle and aunt, they understand why that woman has you. They know that woman. They understand why she would want to get you married to his son. I don't know how you guys got married, but they've been trying to hint there. They have secrets. These are the same people who don't want to talk about what they know. They have the knowledge of some kind, but this is why that shadow house that I'm talking about, Aunt Shadow one, the dark one. There is, and I wanted to say this at first, but I didn't say it. The reason I had a feeling that the other family members don't really kind of like her. Not that they don't like her, not that they don't love her. They just don't like what she presents herself as. That is, she is unapologetically herself like that. But that's the person you're gonna need to help you keep your son safe. But they're gonna get attacked. She's gonna have, oh shit. She is going to go through her own path with your son. Okay, I'm gonna go back to that one. Let me go back to her and your family. It feels like she is not, it's not that they don't love her as much, but when she presents herself in a shadowy, dark way, she's not apologetic about it, right? Like me. I'm not gonna fucking apologize for that shit. But because of she does that, and she protects herself in that, she practices it. She practices what her program is and what she does, right? I feel like she's not the type to harm others. She just does it for herself, right? And I'm going to come back to her with your son. Now, this family member, like I'm saying, the other family members, this is what I'm saying, your family have secrets. They have secrets. Your aunt, there's something that she does that is keeping her house low vibrational, that is darker. She can still be dark, but with a brighter light, with a brighter house. She's going to go on a journey inside that home of hers with your son, inside that protection that she has. She's going to learn to vibrate higher. She's going to discover herself as well through the path of taking care of protecting your son. They're going to go through shit. And your son is going to activate something in your son as well. That is, your son is going to activate his powers while he's with your dark shadowed aunt. She will teach him certain things, but he comes out faster, as in like he's a fucking master. It looks like he's a master. Your aunt will think that she's teaching, only to find out she's dealing with a master. But they're gonna be able to protect themselves against that woman. Is powerful as well, by the way. That's why your husband is not gonna be easy for you to kind of drag him out of it. But that woman is powerful. She's gonna do something similar to what they did to me, banging on their roof. Shit, that shit is not nice. Okay, you're gonna need to tell them not to be scared. It's just it will get, the more she's gonna go through what I kind of went through in a way, but she's going to have to go through it in that home, learn to handle it, be guided. She's gonna need to be guided. And I'm being taken back to your mother and father. It seems as if your mother and father are gonna guide him. One of your parents, your mother or someone, is gonna guide her. They are her ancestors, your ancestor too. But in this mission, she's gonna be guided by your parents to protect your son. Both of them are gonna have to go through something similar to what I went through. They're gonna get bangings on the roof, those type of tappings, and she's gonna bang hard sometimes. She's gonna bang very, very hard, right? Like, like, like hard, like boom, like very, very, very badly. They're gonna hear it, but they need to just keep there, keep the faith, keep working with their ancestors, keep focusing on God and their ancestors, and they're gonna get through it. It's gonna take time for them to um, learn what it is, learn to alchemize the energy. They need to learn to alchemize that energy. This is what I'm saying. Your son is a fucking master. He's gonna learn faster. I feel like he's doing something. There's something that your son is gonna do. He's gonna do something. He's gonna learn to alchemize it in a different way. But they're gonna work hand in hand. Your aunt, I feel like it's an aunt. It feels like it's a younger aunt. Yes, your younger aunt who lives this shadowy, dark way. Perhaps that's the crafts, if it's known or not. Like I'm saying, your family is hiding something. They are hiding. They used to do that, but they stopped. This is why they frown upon her. Yours is a journey, Joe. It's a hate. But I feel like you're strong enough for it. It feels like you, both you and your husband are. But you're like I'm trying to think, but I feel like Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups, even Empress in a way. But you still have to go through that. You're gonna go through that. Perhaps even High Priestess. You're gonna go through all that. I feel like you're going to ascend that way. You're going to drag them like I'm dragging mine. You're gonna drag your counterparts. You're going to drag your counterparts. That is, when I say drag, I don't mean it in a sense of dragging them. I mean like you're gonna wake them up. You're gonna pull them. You're gonna pull them, as in like they're gonna have no choice but to follow you. And I think this is one of the reasons. This is where your other husband, the husband that is your husband now, is going to have to make a choice of whether he's going to follow you or not. Not follow you as in like your follower, but like whether he's going to allow himself. I feel like for him, all right, now I think I understand. I remember something like for him, the mission for him is for him to see if he can fit with you. Father, you did the same thing. Father did the same thing he did to me. Oh shoot. Let's just pray and hope, dear, that your one is not like my ex. That your husband is not lazy and will ascend. Because my ex, yeah, well. Let's hope because he also I had an ex, right, who was not meant for me, but was given an opportunity as a soulmate in order for him to see if my program and his program can work together. He was lazy, he didn't do his work, and he stayed behind. Now your husband is going to have to go something, it's similar situation, that he's going to have to allow himself to learn to work on himself in order for him to align his program with yours and God, and the whole thing working together, that is. But I do believe you do have another counterpart. This is where he's gonna have to fight for it or be like, I walk away. I'm walking away. But I feel like he fights for it. He fights for you. He doesn't walk away. Uh Spoiler alert, they're going to have to share. This is something that I'm learning with female programs. That some programs are, especially when they're female, they will interface with more than one uh, male counterpart. It's not just females though. Even males can be like that. Males in the sense of it's not necessarily just the male program. You will see what it is with yourself, and it can even be male to male, right? So or female to female, doesn't matter. Father knows how to do these things. But you're sent, like I was trying to tell you, you're sent to me for a reason. You're sent to me for a reason. I guess this is your defragmentation too, and your wake up call. Father, am I forgetting anything? You know, the way I came to your video tells me that I was meant to do this. And I feel like you're the... let me not jinx it because I keep saying, oh, you should be the last one. I'm so tired of doing this. I'm hoping that you're the last one. But I remember Father saying to Father said to me, you're going to be tired when you're saying this, but just go on and say it. She's going to pick it up. He said, you're going to pick it. He said, yeah, oh yeah, I know you're going to be worried. This is him. Oh yeah. Going back. Father shows me your vision. I was there, right? I'm there. And he says, oh yeah, you're not gonna get this one clearly because you'll be tired by then. Don't worry about it. She'll still manage to pick it up. That's what Father said. That you're going to manage to pick it up. But I feel like I must go back and tell you, you're gonna be a little bit if doubt about it in the beginning. Fear, it's a big deal. It is a big deal and it's sensitive. So tread lightly. And as she gets aware that is the lady, the grandmother, if she gets aware that you are aware, you know. Shit, this fuckers. They're always like this. You know what they do, man? When they see that you are aware, they go full force. So you need to play that game right. You need to be you need to be sensitive about it and be smart. You sound like a very smart person. You must be very smart in this essence. Don't be scared, okay? Father, God, your ancestors are going to be right with you there. You need to be open to that as well. You're going to need to make sure your guidance is coming from the right source, not this crap that you've been talking about. Because that's the shit that blinds you. That's what they put for you. Especially people like you who are, there's something that you're going to do. I don't know what it is, but you need to, you're going to drop it. I feel like you're going to pretend. This is why I feel like your husband is teaching you, or he's going to correct you at some stage or something, or he corrects you. I feel like after knowing about this, you're going to pretend. You're going to still continue with your recordings to hide and pretend it, right? And so that they don't see. You're going to pretend like everything is fine. when you're going to see what you need to see. You're gonna read the energy in the house, see them for what they are, both of them. You're gonna study them, but don't worry, right? Don't be. I know it's a big deal. I know you're gonna worry anyway, but always keep your eyes on God. Always align with your ancestors. They're gonna come for you. They're gonna help you out. I feel like it's still your mother and your father, but I feel like there's others. When you have an, is it your father who's helping you? This is what I'm saying. I feel like your aunt is being helped by one of your parents, but they are together. But your mother's probably taking a step for like a step. Like in my case, my great grandmother's the one who's like in the forefront. In her instance, is your mother. In your instance, is probably your father. They are still together, but there's more. There's gonna be more others as you need. But you're going to need to like start praying and listening. Start hearing the spirit talk to you. Practice that spiritual muscle. It's gonna get clearer and clearer and clearer. Don't feel funny about it. I feel like you stopped and then they asked you why you stopped. I feel like you stopped recording. You stopped the stuff that you're talking about now, and they're gonna ask you why did you stop, your husband, and you're gonna be like, I don't know what you gave an excuse of, but then you realize that maybe you need to keep up the pretense in order for them not to know that you're not really into this anymore. something, something like that. Um, hey, if I was meant to wish you luck, I would wish you luck, but I can't because it's not my job to wish you luck. I don't know what karmic lessons that you need to go through, and I don't know what karmic debt you need to pay. So, me wishing you luck will be essentially interfering with your program, and your ancestors are not going to be pleased, and your God is not going to be pleased because I could be, especially for me, my program praying for somebody else or wishing somebody else luck is not a easy thing. It's not a simple thing. Well, it's a big deal. That is, I can change your karma in that way. So I'm not gonna do that. I wish I could say something to. All I can tell you is encourage you to try it for yourself. Try it for yourself. I know your son is in there, part of it, but you're gonna have to do it for you. Your son, your ancestors are gonna look after him. God is gonna look after him. But like I'm saying, I feel like that boy is gonna be a master. He's a master. He's not going to be. He's a master. You're going to discover that your aunt is gonna be like, what the heck is he up to now? They're gonna have fun. It's gonna be hectic at first, but I see them going through it. He's asking himself where you are, but they're gonna go through it. But he's gonna man up. Like I don't know what it is that he does, but I feel like he's like, fuck this shit. I'm taking over now. And he does something, and your sister is like, your aunt is like he's surprised that your boy is able to wield that kind of energy. He's going to do something. I feel like he's going to make sure that that woman doesn't come back. They're gonna get through it, but it's probably your son who's going to do it. But your aunt as well is going through. She's gonna go through her own spiritual path. Own. She's been trying. Okay, why do I feel like I have a message for her as well? Something is blocking her. That's why she's stuck. She's doing it the wrong way. Yeah. she's doing it the wrong way. That's why it's getting dark. She needs to do it the right way and brighten her environment. I feel like it's also because her heart, there's something, she's in pain because of the way the family don't take her kind of like seriously, and kind of she's oh, okay, she senses, she knows that she feels like she's not wanted, like she's not welcome in her family because of what who she is and how she lives, and it's breaking her heart. So she's gonna have to work on her heart chakra as well. But I feel like your family is gonna come through as well. They're gonna remember who they are, and those secrets are going to be, there's some big change, some big family. There's going to be uh one, some will be like, no, we should keep it quiet, then some will be like, no, we should do something, kind of thing. But eventually you're going to get through it. You're going to be like, you're going to go away, you're going to do something away because of you need to do something, but then when you come back, this is going to be the thing. Oh, it's a beautiful thing, right? It's going to end up, your aunt is going to end up being um feeling better about her house, her home becomes brighter as she fights off this woman. This is how they're going to help her to learn to use her gifts the proper way. Oh, Shem. It feels like she's been trying on her own. She didn't know how to get help. Tell her your mother and your father are there. Because normally with ancestors, you're going to see the last people mostly. But I feel like more of your people are there. But tell her that your mother, I think, is going to help her. She needs to align with, not align as such with her, but she must pray. I feel like she's also thinking that her stuff, the things that she does, has nothing to do with God. That's why she's dark, right? That's why her home is shadowed. She's shadowed because of she is painful. She's feeling low vibrational things like pain, shame, things like that. So she's gonna need to work through that. The only way she's gonna do that, her craft is valuable in a way that it needs to be used. She needs to align with God, just like you do. She needs to align with God. She needs to align with her ancestors. They are both going to be there for her, and your son. They're going to have to go through the spiritual thing, take it as light as they can, but the woman is going to, that's why she's attacking you. That's why she's attacking them. She's going to attack them because of she's going to try to stop them from ascending. Okay. They usually do that. That's the trick. That's usually the case. They don't want certain beings to ascend. Because if they do, if you ascend and I ascend and somebody else, especially these big kind of energies which are going to help vibrate even faster, that's why they're going to try to suppress you. You keep going, you keep moving forward, pain or not, you keep moving forward. Because let me tell you, even if you fall back, it's fine, but if you don't keep going, what you're going to get after is they're going to have, you see that low vibrational wedding that you were talking about, how they're going to, while you wanted to control others, how you wanted to tell them what to do, they're going to have your ass. You don't want that. Because what you will essentially be doing is giving them, what's the word? You don't want to give them that encouragement. Don't encourage them that way. And just know it ends. Well, let me not lie, I'm still going through it, but it gets better. The dogs that were barking right now were barking because of I'm recording for too long. It gets better, right? It might take long, it doesn't matter. You have nothing left to that you leave behind to go back to. This is what I keep telling myself. It's like, what am I going back to? If I stop this, what am I going to go back to? That mediocre shit that I used to live? No, even though I didn't live that kind of mediocre shit. When I say mediocre, I mean like living with the bullshit people that I used to live with. And I'm not going there. I'm not afraid of them. I live with them. I'm with them right now. I'm in their same home. They're still fragmenting, like I'm itching and all of that. I don't give a shit. I still do my thing. I still move forward as slow as possible, but I'm going to get there. As much as I'm angry with Father most of the time, you're going to get there. You're lucky. I don't know if you're going to do this per se yourself only. Yes. In the beginning, you're going to do it alone before your husband joins you. But you're lucky you have someone who's going to join you if he ever joins you. But even if it doesn't join you, go ahead. But you're lucky in that way. You know, I had to do this all by myself. My counterpart is also being, I don't know what he's up to. He's also being delayed and dancing with the devil as well himself. So he's going to have to do his own path and come back when he's ready to do so. But your aunt, your aunt, that family of yours, Shem, I see them. They're going to rise up. Yeah. Although in the beginning, they're going to be like, no, we can't do this. The other ones was like, no, we have to do this. No, we can't. Someone said something about, I knew this time will come in your family. I don't know. It sounds like it's your aunt or your, yeah. He said, I knew this time will come. That is this time for your family to face up to, you guys are something. You are something. You are, I mean, what I mean is your family are, there are some beings, some bigger beings, important ones. Not everybody's important, don't get me wrong. Everybody's important on their mission and whatever. But there's something about it this whole time. Your mother said something to them before. And it's always the case with these families. I always feel like some family member must have said something about something happening before they die. And people never listened, and now it's coming. So this is, I think it's your the mother or father that is raising you, or the aunt and uncle that are raising you. Your aunt is the one who's probably saying something like, I knew this day will come, where they have to face themselves. They have to face and remember. They know. They know. They know who they are. Yeah. But anyway, that's my message. As much as you had a message for the rest of us, hey, your messages are scary. Oh. But you're going to have to go through what you need to go through and ascend in that way. I feel like you're going to not believe it in the beginning. Yeah, but something's going to happen in your home which will tell you, which will remind you what I said, that yeah, I am being fragmented. She's fragmenting you. She's siphoning energy from you. I feel like she's the type who keeps poking you, or not poking you like finger poking you, but like presses your buttons, and then yeah, she does. Or no, he presses the husband and the husband presses you or something. She does that kind of shit. Yeah. But you're gonna see your husband when he reacts the same that way. You're gonna be calmer now going forward. You're gonna try to control the situation in a way that you will understand. But this is where she's going to start But you don't be afraid of her. This is where she's going to ask herself, why aren't you overreacting to shit like you used to? Yeah. She's going to be like that. She's gonna be like, look, they're very, very perceptive, these people, but also they can be a bit slow because they're very egotistical in that way. They won't think that you're waking up. They won't think that you're waking up. But they're gonna keep looking at you. You were good at playing them. I was actually also good at playing them. Just be normal. You'll see. Until you get what you want. I don't have a problem. I'll do whatever it takes until I get what I want. But yeah. You're gonna start first not believing. But not even it's not like you don't believe, man. It's like it's too much. It's too much information. You don't know where to start with it. You don't know how to start with it. All I can say to you is pray and just let it come to you. Sometimes it's not something that you have to go for it. You just pray and let it come to you. You'll see, you'll be fine. Yeah, well, that's what you get for talking about things that are not necessarily. I'm trying not to curse, and I'm sounding like I'm about to bite my tongue. Yeah, that's what happens when you talk about things that are not supposed to be part of this environment or the system. I have to defragment that kind of thing because I don't want it. I don't need it to be in the system. Isn't like not me as well. My father doesn't want it to be in the system. And for me, I don't want to have to clean it up later. Right? We don't want crap in the system anymore. So perpetuating and repeating and parroting crap, I have to come back and clean that. I get the feeling you're gonna have to do some of that cleaning up yourself. But anyway, hey Father, it's just pity that I can't wish anybody anything. But you're gonna be okay. You're gonna do great. You're all going to do great. You're all going to do great. I'm just impressed with your son. Your aunt was like, hey, it's like your aunt is trying to protect him, like pull him back, and he's like, hold my mastery, hold me, let me show you how we do this. And he did something. He does something that is gonna wound that woman. She's gonna be wounded, although she comes back. But that your son did something while they were banging on I don't know if it's the roof or they were banging, whatever it is that your aunt put. Your son eventually says, because she was afraid of sending energy outside of the protection because of she was afraid of weakening that protection. It's almost like she's inside a force field, right? She's afraid of retaliating and sending energy out of that force field because of she's afraid of weakening the force field. So they are tucked in, they are protected within that force field, although they hear the sound, they hear the vibration of this banging, boom, boom, boom. But your son at some stage got so annoyed because it's been going on. They're gonna go through it. It's been going on for so long. This woman just is real, and she's laughing. That's why I'm saying they are the same. She looks like my grandmother. But your son does something that she directs energy in such a way that it penetrates that force field but doesn't put it down. But then it harms that woman and she goes off crying like a wounded cat. But then she comes back. She's still wounded, but she's angry now. She's angry. And that's going to give your aunt a boost of confidence They're going to come up with some ways of doing this. And eventually, they're going to win. They're going to win. But it takes a while, Shem. I'm just saying, I'm just telling you now that I don't know how long you're separating. I don't know if you're going to separate with your son or you're going to be, I don't know. I feel like you do go away for a while, but you come back. But that's what they have to live with. But he's brave, yo. He's a brave young man. To be honest, when I experienced him in there, I sensed the master. When I was seeing him in the vision, I didn't sense a little boy. He is a little boy, but he's mastered. This is why he still remembers. Oh shit. Good. He is young. He hasn't had this environment suppressing him that way. So they will remember, these young ones are going to remember their programming or what programs they are much faster than us who had to grow up and live in this environment. But for him, he's younger and he's a master. It feels like he is aware and he knows he's been aware, this boy. He's a master in a small body. He knows. He's aware. Ah, shit. That grandmother can never do anything to her. This one is not like the father. It's not like you and the father. This one is not a wounded child yet in that way. It feels like he could see this even when he was in the house, even when he was at home. He could see her. Yeah, your son could see her, and I get the feeling he tries to warn you. He tries to warn you, but you're not paying attention to him. He knows that he knew that she is waiting for him. But like I'm saying, this boy can protect himself. She's not like us. She never slept. He never slept. I feel like he saw her. He saw her. He kept seeing. He could read her. He was young at first, but he was aware. It's kind of like me. He was kind of shocked when he got here. Like, what the fuck is going on here? I was like that when I was young. I was like, what's going on here? What is this? What is this? And he was kind of like, he looks like he's a very quiet child. Because he was trying to absorb his environment. He couldn't understand what was going on. But he could sense and see what the woman was doing. You guys were not aware. You were not aware. The husband is aware. But you are not aware. But he sees her. And yeah, he's going to it's funny because your aunt, he's the young one, but he's special. She's special with something as well. This is why she has to go through a path as well. There's something about her. But she's gonna be amazed. She's just gonna be awed by your boy, being like, "Oh my goodness, I am dealing with a master here. Your son is a master." He was like, "Enough with this." The way he did it, the way he just likes, and just that directed energy and stuff, and that woman went away crying. And then she comes back wounded, less energy though, and she tries that shit again, your son does the same thing. So he keeps wounding her. But what's gonna drive her is anger. She's gonna keep coming, even though she's losing energy, even though she's wounded. Oh, she's gonna call up on others. They did the same thing to me. When they fail, when she fails, she calls the rest. Your son and you are gonna go. Well, you're going on a different path, but that grandmother, when she's wounded, it feels like she is like one of those, just like my grandmother, right? You see, I told you that these grandmothers, they know this shit. They kept this information and this knowledge to themselves so that they are the ones with the knowledge and the power. And they didn't transfer the knowledge. This is why these are the programs that don't want to be upgraded, that don't want to move on, right? Now, this boy was born for a reason, was birthed for a reason. He's a master. He came here for a reason. He has a mission as well. This grandmother is going to call some of his friends, some of her friends. They're going to beat her first time. He's going to give her, he's going to give her a whooping first time. She's going to come back again, anger, and like much more like, I'm going to show you. And then he's going to repeat it. And he's so like at ease with it. Just like he just, I don't know what it is that he's doing there. But I can see that it's directing energy out of that force field. Anyway, the third time she comes with people, with more. They come together. And when I'm saying this, I'm seeing it in a spiritual sense. I'm not seeing it in reality. What you and your people will be like, oh, reality. It's not good. It might not necessarily look like something that you see with your own eyes, but they're gonna experience it in their own way. That's what I'm talking about. They're not gonna see, they're gonna sense it. I sensed, for instance, that there were many beings around me who were trying shit. So they're gonna sense that. Your sister's gonna be very good at that as well. The boy as well. But what I'm saying is that she brought in like 4 or 5 people or something like that. Oh yeah, the story continues. This is why I'm saying that. Now I'm gonna have to remember what your boy does now. This woman, she hasn't had enough, right? The third time when she brings these people, she's gonna be whooped so hard that the people that she brought with her are going to be like, we've seen enough. We're not getting ourselves involved in this. And they walked away. And then she keeps coming back on her own, crazy soul. Like, there's no way this child can beat me. Guess what? I went through similar energy. I'm going through this similar energy here. There's no way she will beat me. There's no way. And they will try. Don't be fooled by their old age. If they're old age looking, don't be fooled. But eventually they whoop her ass. I feel like the vision continues towards your family. I don't know, man. Ish. Father, am I forgetting something? Is there anything else? This woman is gonna be wounded, ne? And less energy. But she still keeps trying. So I'm getting that they are similar. They act the same way. Like the way my family is also doing it. For me it's my family. Obviously, even for you guys it's your family. But what they do is, even though you would walk away, learn to move past them and continue with your path, these people will always be in the background trying to find a way to redeem their, what is it, redeem themselves in some way, because you put them in, the boy's gonna put them, yeah, okay, now I see where I'm going. The boy embarrassed her. That's why. So she's out there in the back trying He's she's pretending to be not doing anything, but she's doing something. She's gonna come after your son still. They're gonna be out of the home. Our sister will have went through her ascension. Her home will be brighter. Your family will be togetherness like that, sorted out their issues, having no option but to follow their paths as well. And but there's this woman in the background. So I think what Father's trying to say is, you will need to just be mindful of her. But I feel like I see her. Your son would have grown a little, and she'll come after him again. But this time, your son is not in a home or something. He's on a sacred timeline track. I don't know, but I feel like she. I'm not sure, Father. I'm not sure if I'm seeing it right. I don't know if he. I feel like he almost destroys her this time. He almost he's growing up, right? Your son, he's grown a little bit, but he almost destroys her. God is going to stop him. Father's going to stop him. He's going to do something to her that will like a final blow, but he almost wanted to like just finish her. Father's like, no, wait, we don't do that in a way. We need to do something else. It's not in a bad sense. It's the fact that as programs, you don't when you're deleted, right? Or when you're deleted, you don't die. You still have living, even though you don't have energy, but you still live, right? So Father has to upgrade them, because this is why we have to upgrade. It's because of Father found a way not to delete programs but to upgrade them. So this is why we need to all upgrade. So this woman has to upgrade, and she goes on her path. She's going to be forced to go on her path after that final blow that your son is going. And he does it so easily. It's like this woman is like a fly to him. It's like he's not even like your boy. There's something about him though. Something about his emotions. Does he show? He doesn't show emotions. I think that's what his journey is about. His journey. He's also here on a journey to learn. This is what I'm saying. He's a master, but I have a feeling his journey has something to do with the fact that he has no emotion. The way he does things, he's not like it's like a robot. It's like they're saying he's ancient. He's ancient, so he is effective in that way. Oh, he's one of the ancient programs. Yes. So what it does is the ancient programs don't have that evolution of emotions and shit. This is why they're gonna have to come back and evolve in that way. They didn't evolve emotionally. It's like they didn't get their upgrades as well. This is why they're coming through onto earth, through us, to be birthed here, to walk their path, so that they can learn to be. Yeah, I see him. Your boy is going to learn to finally show some emotion after a long time. Of course, of course, of course. Guess what? It's always the case with a girl. Oh, Father and his. Ah, my goodness. But he's not like he's gonna meet a girl. He's gonna meet a girl. Oh, it's his counterpart. That's why he reacts that way. But it's the emotions are kind of like going to overload him. His emotions are gonna be overloaded. he's gonna get he's oh, apparently that's where he gets stuck every time. That's where he got stuck every time he comes back here to do that part. But it feels like this time Father has done something to help him. He's gonna go walk. He's gonna be able to walk past that. So when he sees this girl, he he gets overloaded, like he freezes. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at him. He's gonna meet this girl, and this girl's gonna be like, "What's wrong with you?" You know, like, and he's gonna just be like, he actually gets overloaded. He's not gonna be able to do anything. But I don't know what situation that is. But Father's gonna do something for him there to help him move past that that emotional block. That's what he's here to learn. He's here to learn to evolve his emotions. But he's an ancient program. Most of them are gonna be like that. They're gonna have this kind of like, I'm here for a mission, let me do my mission kind of thing. Yeah, they're gonna have that kind of feel. I was like that, by the way. People used to call me, ask me, why are you like this? Like, nothing phases you. You don't overreact to anything. Do you have anything that is like, that really like makes you be like, I don't remember, but there's someone who was like, you're not normal like us. There's something off about you. And then my sister said something the other day, but she was obviously being funny because she knows what that I'm a program, right? And she's like, you don't have emotions, you don't show emotion. Recently, so maybe let's say 3 years ago, not that recently, but like about 3-4 years ago. She's like, when somebody explains something to you, you don't show emotions. You're like a robot. And I was like, that's kind of cool. But yeah, they're gonna come. Probably most children who are gonna be birthed in the next coming few years, because of they are mostly going to be ancient programs. All the programs which are behind in terms of upgrades are gonna have to come through, upgrade with the rest of humanity, so that they can also have a chance to go to the 4th D and the 5th dimension as well, and the 16th. So yeah, sometimes you need a efficient program like that. Why am I getting that he's a demon? He could be a demon program. Is he a demon? The way he behaves, the way he acts, this is why I'm saying demon programs are very effective. They're very efficient. Oh, that's why he was able to. That's why. That's why he was able to be like, ah, enough with this shit. Let me just do my thing. That's he is a demon program. And that's not to say a demon program is a bad program, okay? You're gonna have to drop that fucking low vibrational fucking mentalities when it comes to shit like that as well. This is not the demon that I'm talking about that you go and write for yourself and attach to yourself, like fear, pain, and whatnot. This is a program that is meant to achieve a mission and be focused. And that's why it acts in an energy of, I have a mission, I'm going to achieve a mission. That's what demon program means. It's not to say that it's the way this world, this system, this devil system made you believe that demons are bad. Demons, he blames everything on demon or Lucifer. Demon, Lucifer, God himself. I still have to do a lesson on Satan. I don't know who Satan is, to be honest. I know like Lucifer. I don't know who Satan is. I'm gonna have to do a lesson on that one. Now, what was I saying? Your son being demon, it is not a is a demon program, meaning he's a program that is meant to do a mission, achieve a mission, and finish. That's why he doesn't deal with that woman, isn't like, oh, let me no. He's like, I can deal with this, so I'm going to do it. right? This is why baby perhaps he needs to go and learn an emotion. And he's high vibrational even, mind you. Yeah, a demon program is high vibrational. Can be low vibration and can be high vibration. It's like a dark program as well can be high vibrational and it can be low vibration. A light program can be high vibrational and a light program can be fucking low vibrational as well. Right? I am a dark program and a light program. I'm both light and dark. That is, I break and I fix. I'm kidding. My dark side is I'm capable of going in there and doing what I need to do as well. And my light side is also capable of soothing things out as well, like teaching in a way that is soothing and nurturing and encouraging. And my dark side will be like, don't you go fucking do this and do that and what. But that's in the, you know, and also it does more than that. I have a mission and I'm here to achieve that mission. This is why I'm like, when the fuck am I getting out of here? When are we doing this? I'm like that. I'm asking every time, how long? How long? Like I need to achieve my mission. That's it. I don't care about many other things. I'm here to achieve a mission and I'm gonna do that. That's how demon programs will work. But I don't know if I'm a demon program. Maybe I'm going to discover that about myself as well. For now, all I know is that I'm a dark program. But I did say, I've been saying this since I've been awakening that these people, they don't know what darkness is. They should come and ask. They do these things and you go through them. It's physical, right? And it's spiritual as well. But what can you do? It's this world is not set up in a way where I can do what I wanted to do to them. But anyway, your son is going to be able to manage them, but he's also going to wake her up. He's gonna wake her up. Like in the end, he's gonna do something. She's gonna do something, and then just when he's about to do something to him, he's going to stop. Father's gonna tell him, and he's going to. This is when he starts having his first light of emotions in that way. He gets better from then onwards, but then he meets this girl, right? And he freezes. He just gets so overloaded. He doesn't know what to do. And the other program is like, what's wrong with you? He can't say, and apparently he gets stuck every I was like, what's wrong with him? I also asked the same question. I said to Father, what's wrong with him? Father's like, he always gets stuck here. Anyway, I don't remember what Father did, and then he moved past it. No, I think he is actually going to be helped by the very same grandmother. Yeah, I think so. Let me see. The grandmother will be going through her. Okay, the grandmother, right, will be going through her own spiritual path. They're gonna bump into each other in some way, and she is going to return the favor for not destroying her by helping him out there. I think so. Yeah. And then he's going to move past it. It was a beautiful thing. You know, some of the things that are going to happen in this environment are so beautiful. As much as you can be angry with the comics and them, right? Eventually, when it all works out, it's like, yeah, when we are all healed, it looks good. It looks good. But this woman is also going to go through shit, eh? Basically, she was paying her karmic debt when she was doing that for him. She was paying her karmic debt, but she's going to go through something as well. Something very heavy that she has to walk past. That is the thing that is making her that made her program behave the way it did in the past. She also has a block. We all have some sort of blocks, right? So we need to just learn to move past them. Even karmic people, even demon programs, even angel programs as well, God programs as well, because there are other God programs. We all have something that we need to learn to move past. And yeah, that's how we all ascend. That's how we all move forward. Yeah, what else is there, Fath? I think that's it for me. I get the feeling this is one of the long ones as well. Always when I'm defragmenting these recordings. Yo, oh my goodness, she's not done. Let's just listen to the rest of it. This time I'm not stopping.
Start acting like it. So I've been yapping enough, but moral of the story is you need to treat your specific person and their thoughts the way that you would want them to show up. Stop holding on to that old negative story of they left me, they didn't want to be with me, they cheated on me, they don't want to, whatever. Stop holding on to that story. It no longer matters. It no longer exists in your reality. So stop holding on to it, because what you focus on, you will harden into fact. So if you keep focusing on the lack or them not wanting you or the third party or that things aren't going to work between you because you're scared, because you're fearful, because you don't know if this is actually going to work, you're just going to continue to manifest that. And let's say, hypothetically, this is not true, but hypothetically, manifesting a specific person doesn't work. Would you rather spend your time assigning a positive narrative to a certain story, or just dwelling in that negative feeling and emotion and story that has you feeling horrible? I would rather revise it in my head and live by that new and more positive narrative than sit here and be bitter and angry by whatever narrative I'm holding on to. And that is something I've started to do with every area of my life, is I just change the story. I don't care what the 3D shows me. I don't care what the 3D says. If I don't like a situation or a scenario the way it worked out, I revise it in my head. I don't give a shit if it doesn't change in the 3D reality. But I'm not going to let it take up mental space in a way that I don't want to, because I don't let negativity stay and live within my subconscious anymore. And obviously I'm human, so yes, I do deal with negative thoughts, negative experiences, negative circumstances like everyone else. But learning how to control that and taking control over your own narrative and your own story, that is the most important part. So anyway, that's enough yapping from me, because this is a different filming setup for me, but this might be one of my go-to setups because it's just easier. Plus, it's been pouring almost every single day here in South Florida. It's not raining right now, but it's all wet outside because it was like thunderstorming and stuff earlier. So I'm just sitting in some random parking lot in my man's truck. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like and a comment. I can't
All right, she's almost done there. But something she said is actually kind of like but what is it? What do they say? Picked my interest about focusing on the positive, and I'm like, this focusing shit as well. I need to defragment that, because I feel like people are all right. I'll have to put that in my notebook to have a lesson about it as well. Why are you focusing on things? Anyway, I think that's it for me. There's nothing. She's still saying the same things as well there. She doesn't care. She wants her reality, and that's just that. But let's see if she will one day I don't know what to say even, but wake up to who she really is. She's bigger than this. She's better than this. She's better than this hogwash. I mean, obviously. She's better than this. We are all better than this. And we all have to vibrate as we should be vibrating. No more bullshitting. Because this bullshit concept that is being spewed out there, it's enough. But anyway, I think that's it from me. Father, is there anything else that I need to talk about? I can't believe I remembered some. I feel like I'm going to forget. I feel like I might do some recording tomorrow with this one, but because sometimes it comes delayed, most especially because of I'm tired. That intuition is kind of like it delayed. I still feel like there's something about her mission that I feel like I need to do something with it. But Father said to me that I mustn't stress. I remember Father saying, yeah, don't stress about it. Don't stress so hard to get it right. Don't, yeah, that's what he said. She's going to understand you. She's going to hear you. So hopefully she gets it, understands it, and goes and searches the right places and finds what she needs to find. Anyway, thank you, Spirit.